Okay, welcome. It's Friday, and it's the first Friday of the month. So we're going to be listening to some tracks today. Welcome. Welcome. Let me check. Is the bot awake? If you want to submit tracks, use the link in the chat. If the bot is awake, I might have to turn it back on if it is not. No, it is. Okay, good. Go to the Discord, and in there we have a live stream feedback channel. Put your tracks in there. Please read the little pinned message. I don't think I pinned today's message, but I'll do that real quick. There we go. Not that it matters, it's exactly the same message as last month, but we got one more track. Let me download that real quick. Well, real quick. I mean, it's Discord, so... Yep, Discord is slow again. Always when I'm streaming, Discord decides to be really slow. And sometimes doesn't even download at all. For some weird reason. Nope, doesn't seem like it wants to download. Could you upload your track like somewhere else? Maybe like Google Drive or maybe the... Oh wait, it just downloaded. It just wanted to take its sweet old time. Okay, cool. Never mind. Forget what I said. I'll bring that in as well. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. When I'm not streaming, Discord downloads, well, still slow, but it does download. But when I'm streaming, it just, I don't know why, but Discord just suddenly downloads really slow. Like, it'll take like half a minute for it to even start the download. And it's only with Discord, so it's kind of weird. Kind of a Discord related thing, but I don't know what is causing it. So anyways, welcome. Yeah, exactly. Discord sometimes is really weird with downloading files. But for me, it only happens when I'm streaming. When I'm not streaming, it's just fine. But Discord can be weird with all kinds of stuff, you know? Sometimes when I post a link, it will not embed at all. Even though it normally embeds, you know? It sometimes does that with the streaming notifications. When I do like when I start a stream and I post a notification in Discord, sometimes it just doesn't want to load the embed of the stream, which is kind of weird. Anyways, let's go here. Let's do that. Should be good. Yeah, we're good. Cool. Hope y'all doing good. So yeah, if you want to submit a track, just go to the Discord, use the link in the chat. If you are just tuning in, you can use the exclamation mark feedback in chat, and it will give you the link. Join the Discord, find the live stream feedback channel, and post your music there. I'm doing good. Yeah, I'm doing good. Still a little hot in here, even though it's colder outside now, but it's slowly getting better again. It seems we've passed the worst of the heat right now. Um, I feel the only thing now is that we're dealing with like low water levels. So I was seeing what was it? I saw a news post earlier today about like the water levels in Rotterdam being dangerously low. It was still okay, but we could use a good bit of rain. But it's even worse in other parts in Europe, you know? Like further upstream. Like we are basically downstream of the majority of Europe, so it's probably even worse in other places. Yeah, it's been so fucking dry out here. Um, it rained a little earlier this week, and I heard it rain on my window, and like I think it was, I kid you not, like 10 minutes, and all the rain on my window had just completely vaporized. It was just evaporated into thin air, and it wasn't even good amount of rain. You know, it was just like a tiny couple few drops. So that's not really gonna do much. Um, the wildfires in southern Europe are, well, I think they've got the biggest ones under control now, but it's not looking great. And we even had some wildfires in the Netherlands earlier. What was it, this week, I believe? Not great. Luckily, where I'm at, you know, there's not like much forest or anything. A couple little small patches, and most of it is just farmland. And you know, the farmland is usually pretty well irrigated, so should be pretty damp soil out here. Especially because we're basically, where I live is kind of like a river delta, but you know, it's been really dry. So not gonna lie, like it's definitely, you can definitely see it. Like the trees are letting go of their leaves already and shit. It's not even autumn yet, which is a good sign that yeah, there's not much water. But yeah, things especially, I think it was like Friends. I believe it was in Friends, in like the area near Bordeaux. It was really bad, like really bad wildfires. Yeah, Greedo, I think the issue right now is just that it's the prolonged heat, right? Even though it's a little colder now, it's still like, you know, it's still basically at levels that are sort of like normal for summer. So like we've been above normal for summer for like what is it now? 2 months? Maybe even more? So like there's no break at all from like the heat. Like we've had quite a few nights already this year where it was just hotter at night than it normally is during the day in the summer, which is, you know, is not good because you heat is fine when you can get a break from it every once in a while. So like when it cools down at night and you can just chill down and you can let the house cool down, that's good, you know, that's fine. But we've been having like a really long period of really dry hot weather, and with our houses, you know, it's not really going to cool down inside too much, or at least it'll take a bit of time for it to really cool down. Um, you might be able to cool it down if it gets cold outside and you just open all your windows up, but the heat is still retained in the walls. So as soon as you close all the windows again, it's gonna heat up really fast. And especially as soon as the sun comes back the day after, because there's still a lot of heat trapped in your walls due to all you know, the insulation and stuff. It'll heat up really quickly again, and so you get these nights where it's just like hotter than you would want to be when you're going to bed. Yeah, that's the main issue right now. It's just too long. at once. You just cannot really get a break from it. And sure, there's places on the planet where it's much hotter, but you have to keep into account, right? Like what you're used to. Like we are not used to this weather at all. We're used to maybe getting like 2 weeks of really hot weather a year during the summer, and not like prolonged for like weeks and weeks on end. Luckily, it's not like you know, really hot right now. It's still doable, but because you're not used to it, it just becomes really, really annoying at one point, you know? You start slowing down. You can't do shit. Yeah, exactly. Hungary is much further upstream, so I saw earlier today that like there's here in Rotterdam we get a lot of cruise ships that will come to Rotterdam, and normally these ships, if they're not like the really big ones, you know, the really big ones will only go to Rotterdam and they will just, you know, dock here in Rotterdam. But the smaller ones, they will actually go up the river and, you know, go further upstream and make like a trip to Germany or, you know, something like that. And they cannot even go there now. They have to, well, they're basically going to like some Dutch cities now because the water level here is still sort of like at a level that they can go there, which says enough, you know? You will want to hear my beat, stick around. I think just from the title, I think I might have a slight idea of what it's about, but we'll see. Um, right now we only have a couple of tracks, so we might be able to do a little bit more time per track, unless we get more tracks coming in later. We'll see how we'll see how long the stream lasts until we run out of music, and if we do, maybe some of you have some more music, so we can always do more tracks. Cool. First one. Let's make sure everything is set up right. It is. Cool. First one, Carter with Promises. I love I love your choice of key always, man. You always go for like a bit of a higher key, which is cool. And especially I've been working on one today off stream that is kind of in B minor, in like a weird B minor, I guess. And it works really well, even though it's like high pitched for sub bass, but it just works really well, and I love the sound of it. So let's see what we get here. Next week, Art promised a Bitwig stream. Hey, I didn't promise shit. Don't put words in my mouth that I didn't say. You know. Ask ask Busy. Maybe he wants to. Was I dreaming? Maybe. I know I had a weird as fuck dream this night, but you know that feeling when you have a really weird dream and then you wake up, and as you wake up you just notice the thought of that dream just vanishing, and I cannot for the fuck of me remember what I dreamt about. I just know it was really fucking weird. I woke up at like 8 a.m., which is like not me. But I can't remember it. I just know it was really weird. It's just one of those things, like, you just wake up, and as you wake up, you still know what it was about, and then within, like, the span of 30 seconds, it just all vanishes. It's just gone. And I've been thinking about it all day, and I just cannot remember what it was about. All I remember is that it was a really weird fucking dream. And then I woke up at a moment where something happened, and I just can't remember. Will you take some holidays this summer? I usually take time off from work after summer, you know, when all my colleagues have been on holiday, and then I just take my time off. Plus, I also most of the time try to keep a bunch of my holiday days for like the end of the year, around like Christmas time and New Year's. Like last year, I had a whole month off because I had so many vacation days saved up, and I think I still have a whole month left now. So I'm gonna be smart again with planning it this time. Last time it worked as well, so might as well go for it again. But not gonna lie, I would maybe like having a couple of weeks off. I would have to check how much I have left, you know. Might actually be more than a whole month, and then maybe I can squeeze in another week or maybe 2 weeks before somewhere just after summer or something. Sometimes I wake up and it takes me a few minutes to fully realize and conclude that it was just a dream, not a real experience. Yeah, I think I've had that only a few times, but I know what you mean. Dreams are fucking weird, man. At least my dreams aren't as weird anymore as they were when I just quit weed. Holy shit. That was the weirdest vivid dreams ever. Anybody who's been in that position knows what I'm talking about. You'll get like the weirdest, absolute weirdest dreams. Like, not even joking, like, there's nothing that can compare. Anyways, let's get started. Enough chatting. Promises by Kade. Let's see what we got. Let's solo that, otherwise we're not gonna hear it. Let's see what we got here. Usually, some good vibes. Yeah, you do remember them. Yeah. actually quite enjoyed that. Although there is something, I don't know, there is something about it that feels like it could use something. First of all, I think it would be nice halfway through if there was a bit of like an atmospheric kind of breakdown. Like right here. Like there's this little moment here. But it would be nice if it had like maybe another 16 in between here, where like maybe here, where it just went to like, I don't know, maybe like almost like a more cinematic kind of feel, like where everything really quiets down and really gives you a break from this, and then make that art melody come in after that. But, you know, that's also personal taste. I still think something is lacking though, but I'm trying to figure out what. Like, one thing I think the transition here can be more interesting. So, like, I don't know, maybe use like a slight drum fill or something right here in front of the drop. So that it kind of feels like it hits harder than it actually does. Because you give it a little switch right before the drop, that might work. Like, what I think I'm looking for in this is having a couple of things happening in the bass line and just the synths on top that is just weird or like out of the ordinary. Whereas now it feels like there's a little bit of that, like this moment here somewhere. Let's see. Like right there, right? There's a little moment where something more interesting happens. I wish there was more along the lines of that. Because the main bass is pretty simple, right? It's like mostly just a sub bass, and then there's the synths on top. And I wish there was more, just slightly more interesting sound design happening throughout. Not that it's bad, by the way. Not that it's bad, but I'm just trying to see what I would like to hear in this to make it even better. Like, it feels a little tame, if that might be the best way to describe it, you know? The idea is good, it just feels a bit too tame right now, in my opinion. The first drop comes a bit abruptly. Yeah, that's what I think as well. And something to sort of like lead into it would be nice, because, you know, right now it just quiets down and then you get the drop hitting, but the drop is there's nothing in between here that's sort of like that bridges the two together. Like, it just feels like the same sort of like motif is just continuing as the drop hits, and having something in between to kind of break that up a little would be nice. Maybe also with in terms of like the drums, you can do a similar thing where every once in a while, like let's say here on the last bar or something, you just take the drums out and flip it around into like using a chopped up break or something, just to add like a little transition element to the next section, just to kind of make everything a little more interesting. Like for instance, right here, at like some kind of a chopped up break, maybe even with a slightly different pattern as what the drums in the rest of the drop are doing, and then lead back into the drums that you have. It feels like there's a little weird thing happening here. Like, I think it's this right here, which hits right before the one, and I'm not sure if I I heard it the first time as well. Nothing really too crazy, but yeah, it's that little bass hit right in front of the next section. It felt a little off to me. Maybe if I hear it a couple of times, it'll feel right, but it's that one little last bass hit right here that is happening. I would probably just remove that single hit and make the last one just sustained so that it leads better into the next section. But yeah, what I'm thinking here is like it feels a bit too tame is I think the right word. Like the chord progression is cool. I think it would be nice here if it leaned a little bit more into a slightly sort of like darker / cinematic feeling for a moment, to kind of give it some more contrast, because this section here feels a bit happy in my opinion, which I guess that works, but I'm just thinking about what I would like to hear in this. I think it's also the ARP synth here, so like the intervals it's playing is giving a bit more of a happier kind of tone, which is usually not my biggest. Well, it's not something I'm usually the biggest fan of, but like I'm just looking for things to improve here, and I think this is already a pretty decent track, honestly. You know what can be good to do? For like those like weirder sound design elements that I was talking about. Export the whole track without the drums and just put that back in your DAW and start putting on like plugins that just do interesting things to it. So I would probably grab like some multi effects plugins or something, you know, or even like some granular processing things, or you know, things like that, and just start going through some presets and just record a whole long take where you just flip through presets, or if there's a randomized knob like an infiltrator, for instance, just randomize things, and just record a whole long session of like all kinds of processed versions of the track. And then obviously if you take the drums out in that export, it will probably work the best, and that way you will have sounds that are made from the sounds already in the track but are probably slightly weirder, and then you can use bits and pieces of that to make this more interesting. That would probably work pretty well, you know, without having to start making a whole bunch more sounds, because I don't really think that's what you need. I just would like to hear a couple of little edits here and there where something is happening that's a little bit more interesting, to basically take this to an even higher level, I guess. But hey, again, you can definitely hear your style in it, like usual. So that's always a good thing. And this is definitely a good starting point. Like, it already sounds pretty good. It's just that I would see if I can, you know, make things a bit more interesting and just try and see if you can like push the sound design a little further than what it currently is doing. But hey, still good. And it really has like your own sort of like style, your own like vibe to it that is very recognizable across all your submissions. So yeah, good job. Needs more subs? I don't think it necessarily needs more subs. I think it just needs more interesting sound design or processing, but you know, that is kind of sound design. Like, yeah, I would probably just really just take like an export of the track without the drums and just start like, you know, like going crazy with processing chains or like multi-effects plugins, granular things, I don't know, just something that changes the track up. And especially if you do that on like, I don't know, the whole track, except the drums, of course, then you will get all these like weird little happy accidents. And if you just record yourself twisting a whole bunch of knobs, or even using like random LFOs to modulate knobs inside of the whatever plugins that you're using, you will get like a whole lot of cool little edits of the things already in your track. And that's kind of like an easy way to spice the track up with like some more interesting sound design without too much extra work, you know? Like, you can of course like start making like a whole bunch more sounds and try and make like some crazy sound design elements, but I don't really think you need it. Like, the sounds you've got are good. It's just that I would, try and spice it up somehow. This track is by Carter. Carter. I mean, you can see that in the Discord, right? Needs chromaticism. I mean, I do like it when a track goes slightly out of scale every once in a while just to spice things up, Spicy notes are cool. So, next one up, Decode. Decode with Ultra. We're going to a different tempo. And maybe a drop section with essentially just drums and bass would be nice. Well, I think it's part of his style as well. Like, his style is very synth-driven. And I think that is kind of what makes his style his, Where a lot of the tracks that he does have this kind of same feeling to it, which is nice. I'm just thinking of, like, how could you take that and push it even further and make it even better, make it more interesting? And I think sound design is the way to do that, Like, the chord structures and all that is always usually pretty good in his tunes. So to make that sort of like feel even more interesting, I would probably see like what you can do with weird sound design and like using that to make the whole thing more interesting without getting more complicated in like terms of like the harmony and like the chords and all that kind of stuff, because that's usually pretty good already. Cool. Decode. Ultra. Let's have a little listen. Choir's maybe a bit loud. Or well, the vocal synth thing. I mean, it's kind of like a choir, what it sounds like. reverse crash. You could push that a bit further in the background, I think. Yeah, I was actually just gonna say that. I feel like the bass line is a bit too simple. I would like to hear like different notes. Like when you have a chord structure, right? You have sort of like the obvious choices to put underneath there as a bass line. But you can harmonize chords with a bass line in a whole different variety of ways. And I would like to maybe see like a slightly different choice in the bass notes. Not sure if we could do that right now, but let's see. Let me put this on 130. Wait, is it? No, it's fine. I was like, is it warping? No. Playing with the bass note timing as well. Yeah, true. Right now it just feels very much like a fourth chord progression, right? Where just every 2 bars it switches to a different chord, different bass line, or different bass note. Like even just switching the last one up to be a lower note would probably be pretty interesting. Again, I'm not sure if we will be able to do that, but we can try. Would probably take me a little bit as well to find something cool, but so right now we have, I assume there's a little gap here. Let's move that here so that it actually starts on the beat. Right here. So I guess we're starting on F sharp. Maybe I'm wrong, but I guess we're starting on F sharp. Yeah. So we're starting there. And we're going up to what? Yeah. E. And then to, what, B or something? Think? Yeah. So that's kind of what we're doing. Now, I won't be able to do this that well because we're gonna high pass the other one, so we're gonna lose some low end in the kick, but that's fine. I guess we could extract the stems, but you know, not gonna always work too well. So plus the stem separation is usually pretty slow. We just wanna see what we can do underneath here. So let's just, I don't know, let's give it 2 voices. Just make it a bit more narrow. Let's just... let's make the bass mono. Let's make the bass more consistent as well. We'll just do this real quick. Cool. That's, for instance, instead of going to A, going to E, which I assume we're playing an A chord here. We go to E, which is the 5th of A. It should still work. See? Let's see. That also works, actually. So it still kind of works, even though we're playing different bass notes now. Let's maybe do that so that it opens up a little bit on the higher notes. And then obviously we're still doing the 4-chord progression kind of thing. Would be nice to just, I don't know, play around with the timing of that. That would be cool. But obviously what is underneath here is already playing that same sort of like progression. By the way, try B major. I'm sure you'll like it. B major chord instead of B minor on the last chord. I mean, you can try. Like, we won't be able to do that now because we cannot change the underlying stuff here. I mean, I would if I extract the stems and then run it through Melodyne or something, but it definitely is something that I usually find really interesting is when you have a progression and like some of the chords will be minor, some of the chords will be major. And then instead of like let's say a chord is minor, then instead of using a minor chord there, use the same chord in a major chord, or vice versa. Like if it's major, make it minor, which is like a slight unexpected change, but it just usually works really well. And that is also a way how you can make a you know, a chord progression more interesting. But also just changing the bass note can also do a lot. Like, even if it's, let's say, even if it's a B minor chord, like you can have a different note as the bass underneath there. It doesn't even have to be a note that is in the chord, to be honest. Sometimes a note that is outside of the chord still works. Because let's say we have a B minor chord, right? So let's just, I'm not gonna play it, but just for demonstration purposes. Like, let's say your chord progression in your synths, you're playing a B minor chord somewhere. You can still turn that into something else. Like, you can put a G underneath it, and now you've got a G major 7th chord. Or you can, I don't know, put a G sharp underneath it. Now it's a diminished chord of some kind. You know, but like you can still change the chord by adding a different bass note underneath it. So even though this might if you just hear the synth by itself, it might be playing a B minor chord, but then when you add a different bass underneath it, that's like another third lower, you will suddenly change the chord to a different one. And like also using like you don't always have to play the root note of the chord as the bass, you know? Playing the 5th or playing even like the 3rd sometimes can be cool. Usually works better on major chords though. I'm gonna say like usually works better when you have a major chord to use the 3rd in the bass, but sometimes it can still work. Heck, sometimes even the 7th can work in the bass, but it's kind of more rare. Usually the root or the 5th are the ones that you would probably go for. But that can be a really fun way to make a bass line more interesting. Definitely look up like there's this whole thing of like reharmonization, right? Where you have a chord progression and you start playing around with different bass notes underneath it to reharmonize it into basically a different progression. And sometimes that can really change the feeling of a chord progression. It can take a very simple chord progression and make it sound a lot more interesting than what it actually is. And then play around with like some extra pitch bends here and there, like some note changes. Like for instance, if you know, like let's say you have a chord here, like you can even outline the notes of the chords in the bass, right? Like I don't know what this first chord is, but let's say it's an F sharp minor. You can outline those notes in the bass line. So you can, I don't know, go maybe even start on like the 5th and then go down to the root, and then maybe at the end you're doing a little pitch bend up to the 3rd. We can make that higher, you know, stuff like that to kind of make the chord progression more interesting with like the bass line. See, and even though you're not really changing the placement of the chord progression itself, you're kind of implying it by just changing what the bass line is doing. And you can sort of like change the feeling of the track a lot that way. Now, other than that, there's a couple other things I would like to hear more of. Maybe some more Foley stuff here and there to sort of like spice up the drums, like maybe use some Foley as layers in the drums. Another thing, like with the snare, I think it could be cool if you had like something swelling into the snare. Not all of them, obviously, but like use that sparingly every once in a while, where you either use like a reverse reverb tail or even like some Foley as well. Like if you have a Foley sound that you can sweep into the snare to kind of give it a little bit more of an interesting feel, like maybe some textural kind of feel. That way would be pretty good. You can make that, you know, out of like for instance, if you have like the reverse reverb tail kind of thing, you can make that out of the sound you already have. Like one good sound to do that with would be that little bell sound, actually. Like using a hit from that bell sound, put like a 100% wet long reverb on it, bounce it to audio, maybe even just take like a bunch of different notes, put them in like every bar or every couple of bars you put one of those notes and just bounce it to audio with a long reverb on it, reverse it, and then just, you know, like use that to kind of use as like a transition element where you go from one section to the other. And because it's made from that bell sound, it'll sound very cohesive. It'll just work. Probably will work better than when you start trying in like throwing in like random reverse sounds, you know. Now, with the one thing that synth choir kind of thing, it's not a real choir, but it kind of has a bit of a choir tone. It felt a little bit loud, especially in the first time when it comes in. Later on in the track, because I think it's busier later on in the track, it felt better. But when it first came in, it felt quite loud. Don't know where it was. Yeah, right there. Like, it feels like it just sits above everything else, basically. Yeah, and G, we're on the second track. I like the weird little swing in the drums, though. I think I would maybe try out a different snare. Now I think about it. Try out like a more rim-shotty kind of snare, and then, you know, especially when you combine it with like some reverse reverb tails. You can even make a reverse reverb tail out of the snare, by the way. That would also be cool. And use that every once in a while to feed into the next snare. I think a more rim-shotty snare would actually be pretty good for this. Like something that sits a little bit higher, that has less of like a clear fundamental. Not that this has a very clear fundamental, but you get what I mean. Like a more... something like that. You know, like a really like a rim-shotty kind of snare. Maybe even layer it with like a subtle clap layer or something to give it a bit more high-end. Yeah, exactly. A bit snappier, but like a rim shot usually has a bit of a brighter tone as well, which I think would work pretty good. But yeah, Main thing I would probably work on, and like that reversed crash kind of thing, it feels a little loud, but I think what would also be nicer is, because this is a more like somebody was saying burial vibes, and it has a little bit of that. I feel the reversed crash is a bit cheesy, honestly, for this kind of style of music. You can make reverse noise kind of things for transition elements out of a lot more interesting things. Like, go onto Freesound and download yourself a whole bunch of like field recordings that people have made recorded in, like, I don't know, a forest, or by some like docks in like the city or whatever, or in the harbor, whatever you can find, and put those through like some reverb, and use that instead. It'll sound a lot more interesting than one of those simple reverse crashes. Or use your own field recordings, even better. Even better. Yeah, if you have them, then even better. Use those. Like, the only thing it really has to have is that it needs to sound a bit noisy, which you can make. You can make that out of anything, really. But it will probably sound more interesting than just using a crash sample and reversing it and using that. Or a reversed reverb till of something that is already in the track, or combine that with a field recording that has been put through some reverb. Like, there's so many ways of making a transition element that is really interesting, and a reverse crash, in my opinion, is not it. It's been done so many times. Convolution reverb is amazing, really. Yeah. I use a lot of convolution reverb, actually, when I'm doing sound design, or when I'm, working on drums as well. Like, convolution reverb is such a good method to give drums a certain type of space to it, which works really well. And the great thing about a convolution reverb is, especially when I'm doing drum stuff, is that a convolution reverb is not like an algorithmic reverb, right? Has, most of the time, it has some modulation in it, so every time it'll be slightly different. Um, doesn't always doesn't always is a problem. A lot of times it might not matter if you're just adding a little bit of space to drums, then it won't matter. But like, if you're using convolution reverb to really give the drums a specific sound, then convolution reverb is great, because it's based on a sample, and that sample is not changing, right? So every time that snare or kick, let's say you're making like one of those dirtier, rumblier kick drums, and you're using convolution reverb to create that, then having convolution reverb is so much better over like an algorithmic reverb, because it's not going to change every time the kick or snare hits. It's just going to be the same reverb every time. But it's great for like making atmospheric stuff. Like, heck, you could even use your field recordings inside of a convolution reverb plugin to create whatever kind of atmosphere out of a sound. It's something that I often do when I'm like looking to make atmosphere, is I'll just grab like a piece of sound. Like, I don't know, do we have something here? It's already pretty atmospheric, but not sure if we have a little. Sure, let's use this little vocal piece. We'll just make a little vocal. Cool. And we'll just grab kilohertz convolver. I have a whole folder of these impulses here. I've already got a couple saved here. So this is just like a bunch of like really long field recordings, and I have more of them in here, which are just field recordings of like just sounds outside, and just use one of those, and they're like 30 seconds long or something, and then use that as the impulse for the reverb. So now if we play this, you're gonna get atmosphere. This one has a bit of a long fade in, but and it's an instant atmospheric sound, right? And because you're using like field recordings, like depending on what the field recording is doing, it'll give you different results. So it'll still sound similar enough, but you'll get like all kinds of cool textures, and you can then try out all kinds of different sounds from your track and run it through it to see what happens. It is just some water near some docks. Okay, we're clipping. See, so that's just waves at a dock, just slamming against the side of the docks. And you just run a sound through it, and it'll keep the texture of the impulse file. So in this case, the watery dock sound, it will keep that texture, but it will apply it to whatever sound you run through it. And that's a really cool way of making more interesting sort of like reverb sounds for your tracks. And you can bounce that, you know, and fade it in to lead into a next section or whatever, and it'll sound so much more interesting than just taking a crash and reversing it, or taking a cymbal, ride cymbal or whatever, you know? What do you hear when you dip your head in the bathtub? Yeah. But yeah, there's so many cool ways. Rain sounds would be good for that as well. Anything with like birds in it would also probably work. I mean, anything can work really. Like you can literally take anything and just put it in here and it'll work. And if you don't have any field recordings, you know, free sound is going to be your absolute friend. Like we could just take a random sound from free sound. This can also be really fun if you have like some piano in your tune. Just take the piano and run it through like some water dripping recording or something, and you'll get like beautiful sort of like piano bits that are like, it almost sounds like there's multiple pianos playing like little arps at once, and you're like, what the hell? I think I might even have a couple of them that I made a while ago. Piano. Do we have a nice one? Yeah. So that's a very similar thing. It's just a bunch of piano notes and little piano melodies running through like a convolution reverb with a field recording in it. And you get these really beautiful soundscapes. And if you know your skills, you can even just play into it, you know? Just play notes within the skill and just, while it's recording, just play some more notes every once in a while. And you get all these beautiful textures. Would you recommend buying Kilohertz Convolver? Yeah, absolutely. Like, don't get me wrong. I use the Ableton convolution reverb quite a bit, but I really, really like the Kilohertz one because you can adjust the in and out point of the impulse response. So in most convolution reverb plugins, you just load your impulse and that's it. You can change the size, which kind of changes the pitch and the length, of course. But in the Kilohertz one, you can actually adjust the in and out point, and you can add a fade in and a fade out to the in and out point. So you get a lot more control, and that's very helpful when you're, for instance, doing the thing where you, which I already showed so many times, where you take a snare drum that is just a synthesized snare, you take an acoustic snare drum sample in a convolution reverb, and you use that to add like an acoustic kind of ring to it. You can actually adjust it, so you can cut off like the transient of the acoustic snare and only use the tail of it, and like, you know, using like a fade in to it as well to kind of make it not as transient heavy as it would normally be. It's just a really good, very simple to use convolution reverb. But this is such a nice thing to make like cool soundscapes. Heck, if you're making ambient music, this will also be very, very nice. And I think the sample that I used for this is literally just, let's see, I should have it here somewhere. It's this sound. This is the sound that I used to run piano through. So I guess you can even find it on Freesound by just looking up this. It seems to be some sound of water dropping on leaves, basically. Probably recorded in the forest during some rain or something. And all these little drops are creating additional piano notes because you'll just run it through like a piano, or you'll run a piano through it, and then all of the piano notes will sort of like play every time one of these things happens. So you can get like really cool, almost arpeggiated rhythms as well. And you can even process this, right? You can process it before you put it into the convolution reverb. So if we do like the beats mode, for instance, and let it slice on the transients and then shorten those and then bounce that to an audio file, then now we got these really short little things. And it'll also, when you run a piano through it, for instance, it will feel less sustained and it will sound more like individual piano notes are happening. So there's so many cool things you can do with convolution reverb, but it's really good for like making any like atmospheric bits for your tracks, and can usually sound more interesting than like just taking an algorithmic reverb and putting that on there. Nothing wrong with that, of course. Like there's some nice algorithmic reverbs, and if I need like sometimes that's what I'll use. But I find like using like field recordings of like water, rain, heck, even a river or whatever, you know, like a stream, a waterfall, industrial noises, you know, whatever, you know, anything can work. Usually gives a more textured sort of like atmosphere, and that's kind of nice. Immediately sounds more interesting than just having like an algorithmic reverb with like a gigantic long tail. And again, not that there's anything wrong with that, you know, but I like texture. But if we're talking long reverbs, like Valhalla, what is it called? Supermassive, the free one, is always a good one to grab. If you want an algorithmic reverb. I believe it's free, actually. I think it is. Cool. Let's move on to the next tune. Before we do that, let me check if there's new music. We have new music. Let me download that. Yeah, you're welcome, man. You're welcome. Cool, so the next one... We got NG with Blood Ran Cold. I think we're gonna get some more... some more guitars now.
You can't go from me!
Let's switch the energy up a little. I'll play it again. That was actually a pretty cool start. I like the glitchy kind of start to it. But man, what a difference in energy we have here. Not that that's a wrong thing, but like it's just such a different vibe. I love that we have so much variety always in these streams. There's like so many different genres submitted, and I love it. Not that I'm the best person to give feedback on like anything metal wise, but hey, I love listening to it, man. Let's see.
You can't go from me! A fucking mile every time I give an inch. You sit and watch me choke while you never even flinch. Talk a big game sitting in your quiet room, arranging every piece of my own fucking time. I gave you everything and watched you burn it to the floor. Now you cry like a bitch when I walk out the door.
I mean, aren't we all? Like...
Get the fuck away from me! I took the plane, off out from one drug. I think I tried one way, the lies you saw. You put the rug right up beneath my feet. Now watch me drag your neck and take my mind. I'm in the wishes in a car right now. You're just a block of my own damn
I'm enjoying this one.
Half-time, heavy bounce, grooves back with pro poison disgust. I got your fucking voice stuck ringing in my head, repeating every single promise that you left for dead. You cut the pain up and
I'm waiting though.
you only give a shit about the things that
I hope we're gonna get it.
I took the high road till the path ran out. Now I'm the only thing you're ever gonna scream about. That's the price I drove back and like God. It's sort of swallowing the lies you saw. You put the rug right out, right in my feet. Now watch me drag your name into the streets. You put the wishes that I call my name. You're just a pawn in my own downfall. You thought I'd stay down. You thought I'd break. That was your first fucking mistake. Break it down, tear it out. That's just what you're about. Break it down, tear it out. You're fucking nothing. Go.
Bit of an abrupt end there. Probably a little thing missing there, but it's fine. Yeah, I was waiting for like a sick as fuck breakdown. It kind of went a little bit there here. I just wanted an even nastier breakdown, to be quite honest. I was hoping for that, but still good though. Are these your vocals, by the way, or not? Nope. You're answering Angelite, or are you answering my question? I don't know.
You can't come from me!
Both. Okay.
Take a fucking mile every time I give an inch. You sit and watch me choke while you never even flinch. Talk a big game sitting in your quiet.
I mean, I think for what I'll be able to give feedback on it, there's a couple of areas where I wish there was a little bit more effort in the transitions between the different sections. Like a little swelling movement happening into the next section, something like that. And I was just hoping for a really fucking nasty breakdown, you know? I think it's what they call it in metal, right? The breakdown, where things go half time and then you're doing a little bit of it here, but I was hoping for something absolutely nasty, if you get what I mean.
That was your first fucking mistake!
It came close, but it wasn't as big as I hoped it would be. Not that that is a bad thing, but you know, I was hearing this and I was like, oh boy, I hope it's gonna go there. I hope it's gonna give us a section where it just gets absolutely disgusting. It kind of went there, but not disgusting enough. At least for what I would love it to do, you know? I also think if I would do that, then I would like a section, like I think right here you're going to the slightly cleaner guitar sound. I think that would have to change as well for the thing that I would love it to do at the end. You would want to have a section where, you know, you really get that anticipation for like the absolutely disgusting breakdown that is about to come. If you know what I mean, you know what I'm talking about. I mean, could work with this, maybe.
You thought I'd stay down. You thought I'd break. That was your first fucking mistake!
Yeah, like this section here, it feels a little bit like it could go even more disgusting after this. It kind of goes back to that main vibe, and I'm like, yeah, okay. You know, not that it's bad, but I'm like, cool. I wish it would do something different. Still liked it though. Don't get me wrong, I love the energy. You expected me to say that. I mean, I just love myself a good disgusting breakdown, you know? It's usually the kind of tracks that I like when it comes to metal. I usually like the tracks that are more up tempo, but then have like an absolutely nastier section at the end, you know? I'm usually pretty picky when it comes to metal music. Like I don't listen to it a lot, but when I do, then yeah, it needs to be quite heavy, to be honest. And it came close. It came close. It just wasn't entirely where I hoped it would go. But hey, I still enjoyed it.
You thought I'd stay down. You thought I'd break. That was your first fucking mistake.
Yeah, hey, I mean, there's so many different styles of metal, right? Like, what I like is not necessarily something somebody else likes, right? Everyone has their own specific taste, and I feel like especially within metal music, there's so many different sub-styles and genres and different things that I don't even know what they all are, honestly. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's not bad at all. It's just
That was your first
I would
fucking mistake.
hope it went somewhere slightly different, but hey, again, that's my own personal taste.
Break it down, tear it out. That's just what you live about. Break it down, tear it out. You're fucking nothing. Go.
Yo, Angel. I love how it just almost goes to drum and bass here. And we'll disregard that end. There's probably supposed to be another little bit after that, but we'll disregard that. Yeah, still enjoyed it quite a bit, even though I would change a couple of things. But hey, is it that one? Yo, Krala, welcome. You got any music, Krala? Feel free to submit. You know what to do. If anybody else is watching or just tuning in, just type !! feedback in the chat and follow the instructions. It's pretty early in development. I mean, I like where it's going. Yeah, do with what I said, whatever you want, but I think you're on the right track. I do like today that the track so far, we haven't had to do any EQ adjustments, so we haven't had a track today yet, which is like ear-piercingly harsh, like we sometimes get, so hope it stays that way. Trying to find something worth, but might not have something this week. I mean, maybe you've got a thing you've made in the past and you want to submit. That's fine too. Angel, you can try putting it just in the Discord channel. Discord is slow as hell when I'm streaming to download, but it does seem to work. So you could just chuck it in there. You don't necessarily need SoundCloud. Google Drive works really well as well, but Discord still seems to work. It's just that when I'm streaming, the downloads are slow as hell. But that's fine. We can just click it, and while we're listening to another track, it'll sort itself out. It would be nice if I could figure out why that happens with Discord, but I've been checking and I have not really found it. Like, it's also kind of annoying to fix because, you know, I can only really test it when I'm streaming, right? Because when I'm not streaming, it just works. So angels here. Lots of angels tonight. Cool. Let's see the next one. I don't know what genre this is going to be. We got, what is his name? Versatile? Versatile? What does it say? I'm zooming in. It's not gonna zoom in. Of course, it's just gonna Versatile? Is that what we are looking at with an exclamation mark? Spirited Fresh to Death. Okay. Hey, it's good to have you, NG. You know it. Always good to have a little switch in the genres during these streams. And you definitely bring a switch that we otherwise wouldn't have, so always happy to listen to some of your music. Cool. Let's see what we got.
Oh, yeah. Dig, trifling. John Doe. Goes out to all my Midwest.
That was actually pretty interesting. A little loud, but hey, it kind of suits, so that's cool. The snare's dope, actually. Snare's nice. It kind of reminds me of the of when I used that convolution reverb trick with an acoustic snare. Kind of gives similar sounding snares. I'm not too sure about all the little bits of vocal in there, like the little random vocal bits. I think it takes away a little bit of the track, to be honest. Probably would love to hear like a version without all the little random vocal bits, but hey, that's also my own personal taste. I think one issue I have here is that some places it feels like the energy is dying down a bit. Like obviously here, because the bass goes away, I'm not too sure if that section is necessarily needed here. Like, it might be better for the flow of the whole thing to go straight into the breakdown after, like, the drop. Just to keep the energy sort of, like, going. Or not necessarily keep the energy going, because you're gonna cut down on the energy anyway then. But I think it might work better for the flow of the whole thing. I do love the weirdness of the bass line in the drop. What the hell? See what I mean right here? Like, after this section, you get the section without the bass, and it just feels like the energy is going away, while the drums are still the same heaviness, right? So, I think for the flow of it, it would be better if either there's another section with bass here, maybe with a slightly different bass line or something that is maybe a little lighter than what you have in front of it, or just go straight into a breakdown after it, so that you don't, like, the drums still feel like it's a drop, you know? But there's no bass anymore, so it kind of feels a little off, in my opinion.
John Doe.
So, I do think the drops also feel a little short, maybe, so you could probably extend them. You could probably have, like, the drop be twice as long as it is currently, and it will still work fine. I'm also usually not a big fan of really short tracks, and this one is like, what, 2.5 minutes? So I think you could probably extend the drops, because right now you have, like, the intro, which is, what, like, the intro, where does the drop start? Here? Not even, it starts here, I think. So what is the tempo of this? Anyways, doesn't really matter. This is almost aligned. So you've got the whole intro section here, which is like, we're looking at almost a minute, and then the drop hits, and it goes on until here, basically. So that's only 27 seconds, right? So it kind of feels like you have this intro of a minute long, and then you get like only like 30 seconds of drop. And it's like, you could probably make that twice as long, and then it would be sort of like the same length as the intro, and you could then add variation in the second half and do something slightly different, or add maybe another sound or whatever. And then maybe take out this section here and go straight into a breakdown. And then have like another drop that is maybe, because this drop as well feels a bit short, in my opinion. Like, I get it, like, especially these days, like, tracks are really short a lot of times. Heck, there's even people that make tracks without a second drop now, where it's literally just one drop and that's it. But I like it when a track is a little bit longer. It gives you a little bit more room to work with in terms of, like, you know, storytelling sometimes, but also just, you know, like letting a track develop a bit. Or a faster part. Faster part could be cool too. Yeah, I agree. Doesn't have to do that, but it could be cool. Maybe spice up the drums a little. Like the snare is cool, but maybe have like every, let's say you have 4 snares, and then every last snare or something you do like a little extra tail on it, like with some more noise or whatever, just a bit more high end on the tail, that and make it extend a little longer or something like that. Just so it sort of like makes the drums a little bit more interesting. Or even the second one or something, you know? Like, just to keep things a little bit more interesting in the drums. But hey, I do like this. Could be really good. Most important thing right now, I think, is working on the arrangement slightly. Not that it's bad right now, but like this section here, I would probably try out a bunch of different things. Maybe go straight into this section, or add like a section without drums here and see how that works. Just to kind of feel like how the energy of the tracks sort of like moves along, and develops. I think it would be nicer to have something slightly different there. But hey, still good though. Enjoyed it. I don't think you've submitted something before, right? I'm not sure if you're here in the chat, but if you are, I think that was your first time you submitted something. So I'm actually quite impressed. And would love to hear other things in the future. So Angelite, I have a feeling I know what we're in for here, but I could be wrong. But I think it might have something to do with the chat and the Discord earlier. This is your finest piece of art? It's your Mona Lisa? Your David sculpture? Okay. Let's see, is there anything in the Discord? Angel is typing, okay. How late is it? It's 11 p.m. So if any of you have another tune or something, we only have a couple of tunes left, so you could drop another one in there. I'll allow it for today, because we haven't had too many submissions. So if you have anything else you wanna have us listen to, then feel free to drop it in the channel, and we'll check it out. Cool. Let's see, Angelite, what you've got.
সবুজের কুলি কুলি নয়নে নয়নে রেখে
I knew it.
আগে বোমা গো না 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 যেতে দেব না আমি হৃদয়ে রাখিব যেতে দেব না আগে বোমা গো না না না
You mean you were scrolling through the Discord?
আমি হৃদয়ে রাখিব যেতে দেব না
Yeah, what am I gonna say? What do you want me to say, man? Not enough busy? Oh, wouldn't surprise me if he just jumps in chat right now and starts donating money. I mean, that's a fact. That's a fact. Yeah. Like it really wouldn't surprise me if in like 5 to 10 minutes he just jumps into the chat suddenly with a donation like he's done before. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna have too much to say about this, honestly. But it was cool to listen to. Wasn't that the clip that Slurms posted in the Discord? That you spliced in there. If he does tune in and he hears it and he's like, "What? I didn't say that." Yes, yeah, I think it was. Cool. Let's just move on to the next one. How do I pronounce that? How do I pronounce your artist name? Carpo with an umlaut on the O. Would you say Carpo? Imagine if this starts a beef. I mean, beef is pretty easily started when we're talking about busy, so it wouldn't surprise me any little bit. Yeah, I think an O with 2 dots on the top. It kind of depends on where you're from, how you would pronounce that, right? Like some countries would pronounce that more as like an O kind of sound, but it really depends on what language it's from, right? So that's why I'm asking, like, how would you pronounce that? Like in Dutch, we use those as well, but it's used usually in a different way than in other languages. Hungarian, yeah, I don't speak Hungarian, so I wouldn't know. Oh, the one I did? So it's more like carpe, carp, or whatever. Something like that. Like in Dutch, it's kind of different. In Dutch, like we have the Dutch word for idea, which is idee. And then multiple ideas would be ideeën. And then you kind of add like it's weird because let's see, let's do this real quick. So can we make it bigger? Let's just do that. So in Dutch you got the word for idea. It's this. So not that's idea, but in Dutch it's idee. And then in multiple ideas would be ideeën, but then we use an kind of like we do this and then we do that. So you get like, I don't know why we're doing that. It's kind of the two dots sort of like emphasize that you split up this from that or something. It's kind of weird. I actually don't know why we do this. It's kind of odd, but that's one of the only cases in Dutch where I know that we have this. It's when you have like two e's, and then the multiple requires another e, and so you then add the two dots on top of it to indicate that you split up this. The pronunciation of these two e's from this section. Because otherwise it would become ideen, which is nothing. So most of the times, or one of the ways of like having like multiple of something in Dutch is you would add like en after an already existing word, and it'll become multiple. Like, not always, but sometimes it does. And then, because there's already two e's, you would get three e's in a row, which is kind of weird, right? You would be like, how the hell do I pronounce three e's in a row? So then, to fix that, they do this, which kind of whatever. But that's the only case in Dutch that I can really think of where we use that kind of thing. That was perfect. Okay. I mean, we've got some of those letters as well, but not all of them. Like, we got the E with the little one thing above it. We do that as well. That's basically what we do in the Dutch word for okay, which basically still sounds the same, because that would, like, if we, like in English you've got okay, and then in Dutch you've got okay. So, like, that's when we would use that letter. But a lot of them, like I don't think we use that at all. I cannot think of an instance where we use that. I do think sometimes we have this, but I might be wrong. Maybe we do use that? I don't know, actually. We never... I cannot think of a one where we have this, to be honest. And then in German, of course, you've got the U with the two dots on top, the umlaut, which I don't think we have. But then we have a weird thing where we have the I and the J, which is like one letter. Like that's one letter in Dutch, basically. No, we don't use the circle things. No, we don't. We've got, but we do have like the I and the letter J, and then we also have the two together, which is an I. It's kind of like, sort of like it's almost like a vowel, actually. It's almost like another vowel, but also not exactly a vowel, because, you know, vowels are, you know, O, A, E, I, U. But we have the I, which I usually see it more like that letter, like the what is that? I think in Dutch we call this the Greek I. But we don't have a lot of those extra little symbols on letters. Very rarely, actually, that we use those. But they do appear sometimes, but only a few of them. So yeah, we don't have the circles on top of an A or something like that, like you would see in Scandinavia. We don't do that. But we do have a lot of the double vowels, where one vowel is pronounced shorter than two vowels of the same. Like if you have one O, it's usually pronounced slightly shorter than two O's after one another. You asked ChatGPT for more examples. Ah, okay, yeah. I mean, a lot of them are just like the... Yeah, okay. So there's more, but I just couldn't come up with them. I mean, some of these, like enquête, is basically taken from French. It's kind of like a loan word from French. So oh, so yeah, we do also do the U with the two dots on top. But I don't think there's that many words that do that. Most of the time it happens with an E, right? Where you have like an E already there and you need to put EN after it or something like that, and that's when you need those two to emphasize that that last part needs to be pronounced separate. I can't imagine being like a non-Dutch speaker trying to learn Dutch, by the way. It must be so fucking horrible. Because we also have so many weird, like, exceptions everywhere. Like, we've got so many exceptions in our language where you'll have, like, you a lot of times you cannot say, like, oh, you do this. Because a lot of times that might be what you do, but there's also a lot of exceptions where that doesn't happen. And then, of course, like the sometimes really long words. Like some languages have like almost no words that are really long, but in Dutch, like you can literally keep combining words together to form even longer words. So, I mean, there's a reason why they often say that Dutch is pretty hard to learn for people that are non-Dutch speakers. Maybe German speakers would have a pretty easy time. Maybe native English speakers might be able to, because, you know, English and Dutch still has quite a bit of similarities. But, like, there's so many weird exceptions in Dutch language that even I sometimes struggle with them, especially now, because, like, I speak more English than Dutch, right? So, there's so many times where I start forgetting Dutch words now, where it's like I'll know the English words, but I'm like, what the hell was the word in it in Dutch again? Or when especially when it gets to like Dutch grammar stuff, I'll be like, Yeah, I know I learned this in school, but like I never really use it much, so what was it again? We're almost Scandinavian. I mean, I saw a video earlier this week where somebody was reacting to Dutch commercials, I believe. And we've had some pretty cool commercials, some funny commercials, so he was reacting to it and he literally called us Danish. And I was like, dude, come on. Denmark is not the Netherlands. We're not Danish, we're Dutch. Come on. I know we're close, but yo, medic. Thanks a lot, man.
Bean A ファイル
It's been a while, but hey, it's fine, man. Don't worry. Thanks a lot for that donation. I'm going to take a short bathroom break because all this talking has I need to piss. So I'm just quickly gonna run to the bathroom and take a piss, and then we'll get into your track. So I'll be back in like a minute or something. Give me one little moment because I'm not gonna make it to the end of all these tracks otherwise. Crazy what a conversation an artist name can generate. Hey, it's always fun. Anyways, I'll be back in just a little moment. One moment. Okay, we're back. Yeah, I think we had a chat about this a while ago in the Discord about like weird long as fuck Dutch words, and like we have this thing where you just like you'll have like one word and then you add another word and it starts meaning something again, and then you can add another word. It's like you can just combine or string together a whole bunch of words into one new word and it still makes sense. It's so fucking weird. I wouldn't know any off the top of my head right now, but like let's see. Let me Google. What is the longest Dutch word? Okay, now I'm typing two languages at once. Wat is het langste woord in het Nederlands? What is the longest word in Dutch? Aansprakelijkheidswaardevaststellingsverandering. Veranderingen. What? How would I even translate that? Like, what the fuck? So that is a word. Adding that is a word. This is another word. And then this would be a word. And then this is a word. But then adding this makes it another word. And then this is a word by itself. And then adding that all together kind of makes another word. It's like, what? Yeah, I'm trying to think of how I would translate that. Don't know. This one might be easier. So that would be Child Carnival. What is optocht? Kind of like a march kind of thing. Like where you march in the street and have like this parade. Parade might be the good word. So you have Child Carnival's parade. Voorbereiding. What would that be in English? These are words I wouldn't normally use in English, so it's like, what would that even be? Preparation. And then I guess this in English by itself, the closest would probably be preparation. So it would be preparating for the Child Carnival's. What did I say again? Child Carnival's parade. Or something. But this in itself, this word is basically the Dutch word for preparation. But then we have like the preparation itself, but also the actual work that you do during the preparation would be that. I'm not sure if there would be like a single English word for that. I don't think there is. It would be the separate tasks that you do during the preparation for the Child Carnival's parade. That would be what this means. And it's just one gigantic word. And it would still make sense. And then you can even add this word to it to make a word of 60 letters, apparently. So that would be the members of the committee that sort of like oversee the preparation tasks for the Child Carnival's parade. Yeah, it's so fucking weird. But you can do that with so many Dutch words. You can just combine them all together and just string them together to form a whole fucking new word. And you'll probably it might be easier to just, make a sentence out of it, but stringing them together still makes sense. It's like if you're Dutch, you would still be able to read that. Yeah, medic. I think in Scandinavia you would do similar things as well. Because our languages are quite similar. So it wouldn't surprise me if you guys do similar things where you have that same sort of like thing where you can just take different words and string them together and it still makes sense. And honestly, I would argue that if you really want to, you could probably make words even longer than what we just saw. Because in a way, you could still string things together. It just has to make sense, I'm not sure if you could, but it wouldn't surprise me if you could make even longer words. I'm so confused right now. Anyways, let's move on. Carpo. Mind featuring endpoint. Let's see what we got here.
secret that I can't tell ya. I got one more thing that I can't even help with. There's something speaking through me and I can't fight it. I don't think I even wanna fight it. Never to be found. I've got one more secret to tell you. Something on my mind is breaking. I don't want love, it makes me feel hollow. I don't wanna be alone, it only brings sorrow. But you wanna get away, so you drink away problems. You know it's only hate, 'cause the body is a broken. She don't take the back way, she knows a safe place. I got one thing to say, but she don't wanna hear it. You think I'm gonna take your shit no more, but I got places to be. I got places to be.
Yeah, you got places to be.
You can't even try to save me if you want it. There's something about my soul that's haunted.
I mean, there's some really cool stuff happening in this one. I actually like what it's doing. It's quite different. A little bit of, yeah, want to be careful around this 1000 to like 1500 hertz area. There's a bit much there, but it's subtle. Not even that big of a change here. It's only like 1.5 dB that I took it down. But that's an area you do want to be careful with, especially when things are so distorted. It's one of those areas, especially when you hear music for a longer period of time, and there's a lot of stuff in this area, can get really fatiguing. And especially with like these really distorted layers, it would be good to maybe dip down that area a little bit here and there on some of the layers, so that it doesn't stack up and just become too loud here. I do love what it's doing. There's some pretty cool sound design happening in this, which is yeah, I like that a lot. Are these your vocals, or is this just I don't know, a Splice vocal, whatever? I haven't been on Splice in ages, so I wouldn't know. I would put a dynamic EQ specialized for mastering like the one from Ozone in that frequency area. Oh, endpoint. Yeah, of course, I'm stupid. I read that at the start before we played it. I would argue that doing this kind of stuff is best done in the, you know, on the mix itself, on the individual layers. You know, like, you could do it on the master track and do it with like some dynamic EQ or something, but best is probably to just do it in the production itself, you know, just on the individual layers. But you could do it like on the master as well. It's just, you know, in my opinion, always a better thing to fix it in the mix itself instead of doing it on the master. But if you just want a quick fix, then that can work. Yeah. But I like the sound design. Nice texture and stuff.
I got one more secret that I can't tell ya. I got one more thing that I can't even help with. There's something speaking through me and I can't fight it. I don't think I even wanna fight it.
This area here. And especially because there's also parts of the vocal that sit in that same range, right? So you have the very crunchy, distorted bass sounds with like the very heavy mid-range, which is also occupying that same area. And because the two are playing together, you get this stacking of that frequency, or these frequencies. And it becomes quite a... well, it becomes a lot very quickly, right? And this is also sort of like the same area where human ears are very sensitive to. So that's definitely something you wanna be careful with. You're pretty sure you have that area boosted in the master by that much? Okay. I mean, I would usually try and stay away from doing any boosting or something on like the master track. Best way to do is always to just fix it in the mix itself. I mean, you know, if it's just a quick fix here and there, I guess it's okay. But I would always say that cutting is better than boosting. If you're sound designing, go away, go crazy with boosts or whatever, you know. But if you're doing like the mixing stuff, I would say taking something away is usually better than adding stuff. But even then, I would argue that an even better thing to do is to actually go into the mix, into the individual layers and fix it there. Because whatever you're doing on the master is going to affect anything, right? So that same thing will also be applied to the drums, to like breakdowns where there's no crunchy bass or distortion happening at all. And so better way is to always go back into the mix and just do it on the layers that need it, as opposed to doing it on the entire track. Unless you're doing like something to glue things together, you know, then that could be a moment where maybe doing it on the master would be a good choice, because it does help to glue things together, because everything gets that same thing applied to it. So that can be something you can do.
Get me out of your mind. We both know the silence is loud.
I could see this being a monster cat, yeah. I mean, sound-wise, I think it would fit.
I've got one more secret to tell you. Something on my mind is breaking. I don't want love.
I like this section where things are a little bit more subdued, but you still have that sort of like textury part in it. That's really cool. I like that.
Secret to tell you. Something on my mind is breaking. I don't want love. It makes makes me feel hollow. I don't wanna be alone. It only brings sorrow. When you wanna get away, so you drink away problems. You know it's only hate, 'cause the body is broken. But she don't wanna hear it. You think I'm gonna take your shit? No, but I got places to be. I got places to be. You can't even try to save me if you want it. There's something about my soul that's haunted.
I mean, for me, the thing that I dislike the most, and not that that is a bad thing, because that's my own personal preference, is the style vocal. It's just a vocal that I would normally not really listen to, but you know, it fits the track, so that's all that matters. And there's going to be a lot of people that will enjoy it, so don't listen to what, you know, don't start changing things because of that. It's just my own personal preference. You got turned down by Monster Cat once before with a different track because you didn't have enough social media presence. I think that that's always kind of fucked up today, these days, you know? Like, if the music is good, the music is good, right? And what the fuck does the social media presence matter in that moment? Like, a label can help you with that, right? They could help you get more exposure and help you build up more of a social media presence. It's just how much are they willing to do for you, and help you out with that. But I think like I always think when I hear somebody say like, oh, I submitted to this and that, and the only reason that they rejected it because of your social media presence or the lack thereof, I always think that it's kind of fucked up, you know, because if the music is good, then, and the only reason is like a lack of social media presence or whatever, then help the person out, you know? Help them out building that. Or why let good music go to waste, you know? At least that would be my opinion. I don't run a label though, but you got what I mean. Yeah, I also get that, you know? I have a love-hate relationship with social media, to be quite honest. I don't necessarily am the most consistent when it comes to social media either, and that's just because, you know, I value my mental health above, you know, being consistent on social media. I didn't start doing music stuff because I wanted to be, you know, a social media manager. Exactly what you say. Like, the reason I do music stuff is because I like doing it, you know, and the reason I do YouTube videos about stuff about music and do these streams is because I like doing it. I like helping other people with it and giving them tips on the music and stuff like that. I'm not here to, you know, same thing with like the whole, like YouTube in it by itself is a very similar place right now where you need the most flashy thumbnails with the craziest face you can imagine put in there to kind of please the algorithm, and I'm like, I can't be bothered, you know? I really cannot be bothered. I'm not gonna sit there and take like a bunch of goofy ass fucking pictures of myself to put into a thumbnail that makes me look like an absolute buffoon just to please an algorithm. Like, fuck that shit. No. It's not me at all. But these days, that is sadly what a lot of people will have to do to get people to click on something, you know. And it's the same with like a social media presence. Like, I don't like it when that's the sole reason to reject someone's music. Because the social media presence, let's be honest, has nothing to do with the quality of the music. It has absolutely nothing to do with it. Like, there's people that have a really big social media presence and their music is absolute dog shit, you know? And then there's people that have very little social media presence, but they make amazing music. Like, I found people with literally like 200 plays on like their album or something, and the music itself is absolutely amazing. And then I'm like, what are we doing here? You know? Plus, Monster Cat isn't a huge boost anyway. They barely get any views. Oh, I wouldn't know about that. I do know that they're quite a big label though, so I would assume at least they have some resources, you know? Like, if it was like well, I mean, if it was a smaller label, then I don't think they have the luxury to turn stuff down that sounds good. But something like Monster Cat, they probably get a lot of submissions, so maybe that is also why they would turn something down. But then still, to turn it down for like just a lack of social media presence, I'm like, really? Like, I would say like a good label would see that as an opportunity, you know, and be like, okay, we have the resources to help someone build something up, and if that's the only thing that's lacking, then let's do that. But hey, on the other side, like, luckily, if there was one moment in time where you actually had the chance to build your social media presence yourself and actually have that all in your own control, then this would be one of the better times to do it, you know? Like, you've got so many resources to do this yourself. The one sad downside of it is that sometimes you have to, you know, play into algorithms and all that kind of bullshit, but I would say even if you don't, you know, like, if you can find like your own niche and sort of like your own take on things, then you'll probably be able to make that work. I think actually we're gonna get more and more back into that. Like, I feel like, especially now with AI and like all this AI slop going around on like Instagram and YouTube, and like people are starting to seek out more and more real stuff, you know, where people are just being themselves again, which is nice. So that's maybe just maybe a plus that we can get from all this fucking AI slop and all this bullshit going around on YouTube right now, and like other platforms as well. That more and more people are starting to, you know, disengage again from that kind of stuff and just seek out stuff that is more human and more real. So I hope that there will be a time in the future, and I do feel we're already starting to see that a little bit, but sadly so many people are just completely, what is the right word, like indoctrinated by the current like algorithm way of doing things. Like, a lot of people don't even seek out stuff anymore. They just go onto a social media site and just whatever the algorithm feeds them, they will consume, you know? Newest video 7 days ago, 11k views. It's not terrible, but nowhere near as good as they used to do. True. Still better than busy though, but hey, yeah, true. No, but like, I found, what was it again? I shared it in the Discord when I found it. I found this album, and it was by, fuck, what was his name? Might deserve a shout out here, because that album was absolutely amazing. I must have saved it. Probably saved it in here. I didn't? Oh yeah, I did. So, I came across it, and I was like, what the hell? Even now, right now, as of this moment, like, when I found it, the album had 200 views. Now it has 224 views, released 8 months ago. So, I mean, this stream is gonna get copyright claimed anyway, so might as well shout it out. Like, if you haven't heard this yet, go check this album out, because it's such a nice album. Can we... By Opal Winds, called Epos. Like... I found it when, like, I think it was like a month ago or something, and I was like, wow, this is an amazing piece of work. And it's like, it has almost no views. But it's so good. Like, if you like Cohen sound and stuff like that, you'll probably like this. It's a bit of like a cinematic slash bass music kind of thing. But it's really fucking nice. Like... It's just really nice music. And it goes into like bass music, into different genres as well, and I was like, why doesn't this have more views, you know? So, yeah, go check it out, I guess, after the stream. Save this, bookmark it, whatever, and just go check it out, because I always love it when I find stuff like that, but then I'm also kind of sad when I see that it gets no traction at all, and I'm like, what the hell? But I guess, you know, like when I look at the release, it's like there's no sort of like hype around it, there's no social media presence, and there's no like goofy fucking thumbnails and shit like that, so it makes sense that the algorithm doesn't really, you know, doesn't really pick it up. But sadly, that's the place where we are, you know? But I think, especially when you do like music stuff or any art stuff in general, like you don't have to cater to that kind of stuff, right? You don't have to cater to like the algorithm by making goofy ass fucking thumbnails and shit. Like, you don't need like 1 million followers. You need a follower base that is actually listening to your stuff, or if it's like visual arts, is watching your stuff. And then if you can turn only like, let's say it's only a couple of hundred people or maybe 1,000 people, if you can turn like a bunch of those into people that actually care, then that is already a good place to be. And you can do that by, for instance, like if you make music, you can make tutorials about the tracks that you did, show like how you did things in your production. And if people start listening to it, they'll start caring about that, you know, if you're sharing the information. And there's so many ways of like building up a bit of a following. And like I said, it really doesn't have to be big. Like, it matters more that the people that follow your stuff are actually dedicated to it and actually like it and actually engage with it, than having like tens of thousands of followers, you know, that don't care at all. Yo, yeah, Krala, it's amazing stuff, man. I've listened to that album a couple times in a row now, and it's such a nice piece of work. And it's also cool because it's like an artist never released anything before. Just like dropped that album, and that's the only thing that's out there. No other releases whatsoever. Don't know who it is either. Like, I have no clue. I just found it and I was like, dude, this is sick. That's really the advantage of big labels, the exposure you might get. Yeah, but I would say that is getting less and less as well these days, you know? Labels are less and less relevant these days, you know, because there's just... Compared to back in the day, you know, when you needed a label to get your stuff out there, nowadays there's so many ways to get your music out there by yourself, you know, that labels are kind of becoming redundant, or even are redundant already, unless they really put in like some resources and like help you out with stuff that you might not be able to do yourself because you lack some kind of skill or whatever. But there's very little labels that will actually put in that effort, I feel. Yeah, true. I mean, it's a bit of a weird situation, right? Where I think if the music is good, the music is good, right? And like if the music is good and you can somehow find a way to make people find that music, then they will listen, you know? If they like the kind of stuff that they're hearing, then they will listen. And if you can convert those into people that follow you and are looking out for like a next release or something, then that is worth a lot. And it doesn't have to be like thousands and thousands of people, really. Like, there's a lot of people with very niche audiences that are still, doing pretty well for themselves. And like I said, with all the AI slop going around and people just, you know, making like hundreds and hundreds of things a month just because they have an AI spitting out music for them, or even with like visual stuff, like with visual arts as well. Like there's accounts posting, like there's this new trend right now on YouTube with like DJ sets, like fake DJ sets. They're not even real DJ sets. They're literally just or even full albums. Like it'll just be like atmospheric 90s intelligent drum and bass album, and it'll just be like usually a picture of like an Asian girl as well, and there's like hundreds of them flooding YouTube right now, and a lot of them get like quite a lot of plays, and I do wonder how many of those plays are real though. Like, wouldn't surprise me if a lot of those are botted, but it's a trend right now where it's just like there's so many of these channels popping up which are just shitting out like the most generic ass fucking music, and it will sort of like still have like a certain direction, like, oh, it's 90s PlayStation drum and bass or whatever they call it. And then there's like, you can type the title in, the keywords that are in the title, you can literally type those into YouTube and find like 20 or 50 similar uploads. And the more of that stuff is gonna be flooding social media platforms like YouTube and other sites, the more people will start to disenfranchise from it, I hope. I think at least. Unless people have become so brain dead that they're not even able to anymore. But I like to hope for like a slightly more optimistic future view, And I do see it around me as well, that people are seeking out, stuff that is more real again. But there's so many fucking crap right now. Don't get me wrong. Oh, no wonder why you can't create Gmails anymore. Anyways, I enjoyed this one. I enjoyed it. Always assume the worst because it's usually correct. Yeah, there might be a slight part of me that is also fearful of that, but hey, I do like to hope for the best, or maybe not the best, but a slightly more optimistic view than the worst. Also for my own sanity, for my own mental health, because yeah. I don't want to get an absolutely bleak future view, if you get what I mean. Cool. Next one. I don't think I've seen this name before in the submissions. Bravil. Attenuation. 170 beats per minute. Okay, 170. Let's see what we got here. We got a long one, that's for sure. How long are we? 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Hey, somebody who's not trying to cater to an algorithm. That's for sure. Because that's another thing. That's one of the reasons why tracks have become so short, right? Everyone wants to cater to the algorithms of all the platforms, TikTok and all that stuff. And I guess it also, like, the length of tracks also has to do with, like, Spotify. Like, because you get a couple of tens of a cent for every play. The more plays you get, the more money you earn. So but still, it's like pennies, so I don't even care. I don't understand why people make the track shorter and shorter, because it's not like you earn much from fucking streaming anyway, so why even care? Just make the music how you want to and what is best for the music. But you know, it is a side effect of the industry and how things work with streaming, that people make the tracks shorter and shorter, because the shorter your tracks, the more chance that they will play multiple tracks of yours instead of only playing one. But hey, I like it when a track doesn't cater to that and just is longer. So let's see what we got. Yeah, I mean, your track was good, man. It was definitely good. It's just a tiny little tweak here and there on the mix, but I think your track is already pretty good and pretty creative with like the sound design and stuff like that. So definitely a good submission, for sure. I liked it a lot. Piano thing. I actually think I would change the drums, to be honest. But I'll get back to that later, when we've listened to it. think this bass line fits better, or the sound of the bass here fits better than what you had in the earlier on in the track. Yeah, so definitely is a bit repetitive. Could use variation. That's for sure. Now, one other thing that I would say is I would try and work a bit more on the stereo as well, because a lot of the track is very mono, and then there's a couple of moments where it becomes a little wider, but most of the track is fairly mono. So maybe some like extra elements that add a little bit of width here and there, or just throughout the track to kind of make it feel a little bit more open in terms of like the stereo width. But like the main thing I don't like about it, because that's probably the thing that you want to know about most, I would actually change the drums, and the atmosphere and like the vibe of everything that is not the drums really reminds me a lot of like old school jungle, you know, like the more laid back sort of like atmospheric jungle kind of stuff. And I don't think these two-step kind of drums work too well. I think they're too heavy for what the track is. And with like a more jungly kind of drum pattern, I think it would work so much better. Like listen to some atmospheric jungle stuff and take some inspiration from there. I think that would be heaps better of a direction for this track than what you're currently doing with the drums. And then the bass line, I I really liked what the bass did in the second half, where you used a different bass sound, which was more more like a sub bass and less of like the first harmonic. Whereas the bass in the first section has basically more of the first harmonic than it has of the sub, and it kind of, I don't know, it kind of gave it a completely different feeling. And I think with a more cleaner subby bass like you have in the second half, it just works so much better. So that's something I would definitely work on as well. But yeah, the main thing I would say is the drums. Like I would go for like a more atmospheric jungle drum and bass kind of style, as opposed to trying out like this two-step kind of rhythm. But do you hear this bass here? Like how almost like muddy it sounds, or like muddy is not the right word. It kind of sounds like it's rattling in a weird way. But there's also you can see it even here. Like this is the first harmonic right here, and the sub sits here. You can see the sub is just a lot quieter than this harmonic here. And in the second half, you switch it up, and there's actually the sub sits in that same range as where the first harmonic sits of the previous bass. So it almost feels like the bass in this first section is too low, and it probably wants to be an octave higher, but it also just wants to be a different bass. I would go for a bass that has less of that first harmonic and just is more similar to what you have in the second half, like an 808 or something like that. Like if you don't want to use a sustained sub, just use like an 808 or something that and re-trigger it a couple of times. With like, you know, like an 808 with some decay, so that it decays over time in volume. But it's more like focused on the sub than on that first harmonic. And especially when I heard like the intro, I immediately thought that, okay, we're going into like a more atmospheric jungle kind of style. And the drums that you have right now, I just don't think fit too well with this. Some of the atmosphere stuff is nice though. Could use a bit more width though, like I said, like as we can see here, like it's very mono. Which I guess sometimes also is a stylistic choice, because sometimes in like, especially like older like atmospheric jungle drum and bass stuff, because it was made a long time ago and the equipment that was used, it often is more mono. So that could also be a stylistic choice. But, you know, I would love to hear a bit more space in terms of like the width, you know? I think that definitely helps. You can still get that same kind of sort of like nostalgic sound without going almost completely mono. Because a lot of that is in the actual sound choice itself and not necessarily like the width. Like there's actually people still making this kind of drum and bass, you know, these days. Like there's still people making jungle, there's still people making atmospheric jungle, and it's what I often like a lot is when people make this kind of music with like the sound selection and the things that they would do like back in the 90s and early 2000s, but do it with a slightly more polished sound like what you would expect these days, and you can still capture both, the best of both basically, by doing that. And I think it would fit really well if you go that direction, and it honestly wouldn't even be that big of a change. Like drums is the main thing that you would have to change. The atmosphere and all this, that kind of stuff is there, you know, that's already in the right place for that kind of style of drum and bass. Drums just need to change, and like in the first half, the bass line I would work on a little bit, try out a different bass sound, something that is more like sub heavy, and you should be on the right track. And then of course, you know, that's something that, yeah, definitely you might want to work on a little bit, is like doing slight little changes here and there to keep things interesting and keep it from getting repetitive. Especially when a track is this long, you know, it tends to get repetitive. Doesn't have to be really drastic changes though, can be very subtle little things, you know, especially when you do like a jungle kind of style. You can play around with like different layers of different chopped up breaks, and like having like one break layer go away and then fill that up with another break that has been chopped up, and sort of like interact between the two, or like doing little effect sounds here and there, little reverb sounds, or things that just keeps the listener interested over time. But hey, I really enjoyed it though, like, and I think with those couple of changes, it would be even better. Synth sounds were cool though, for sure. So, good job. Also, so we had 2 tracks in the Discord. Let me open those up. Don't autoplay, for fuck's sake, SoundCloud. Why you always do that? Grab that one as well. Yeah, I actually love jungle drum and bass, and even like the older, like nostalgic sounding atmospheric drum and bass. It's pretty good music to put on in the background if I'm just doing something else. Like, nice music for that. And like I said, like the synths and stuff really really gave me that sort of like that vibe, that feeling. So I would love it if it actually went that direction. I think it would be the right choice for all the other sort of like the melodic stuff that is in here. It would be the right choice to go that direction. Cool. Next one. 126 BPM. Going like some kind of housey vibe, maybe? Baby B with the track Bates. Again, we've had a couple of, well, actually quite a lot of people today that I've not seen a submission of before, or at least I don't recognize the names. This is another one, so always a surprise what we're gonna get then. Let's see what we have here. Okay. Could be promising. Interesting vibe. Actually enjoyed that quite a bit. Actually enjoyed it quite a bit. There's only one thing that I don't like about it, and that is that sound that it happens only a couple of times during the track, and it's this sound. And that's sort of like looped short little section of audio that has been looped. I don't think it fits that well, but other than that, I really enjoyed it. Kind of a cool little vibe. Like, it just comes out of nowhere, and it's just like it feels kind of disconnected from the rest of the track, to be honest. And it happens like a couple of other times during the track, and I don't think it necessarily adds too much. Like, I get what you're doing with it. Like, I get you're using it sort of like as a transition element, but I would probably use a different sound for that, as opposed to this one. It feels too distorted and heavy and like out of place for what the rest of the vibe of the tune is, if that makes sense. You're talking about that sound there. This thing. Doesn't sound too out of place to me, actually. Kind of fits still. I like the vibe though. So like a bit funky, but you see, it kind of feels like, I don't know, that sound is just, it takes up so much of the frequency spectrum and like the amplitude of the track. It feels pretty loud, but then also it's like, it kind of comes out of nowhere. That sort of like looped sound, that you can see it here in the waveform as well, or in the spectrogram. Like that sound just comes out of nowhere. It's like, it doesn't feel like it belongs there. And that's the best way how I can describe it. And you could achieve a similar effect with something else, like a reversed reverb tail, or a bit of like some kind of interesting noise that has been swept in, that comes in volume, or has a filter on it that opens up, or yeah, just like a synth layer, even like a pad or something that starts at no volume and then just suddenly sort of like comes in and then cuts out again on the first downbeat of the next section. There's so many things you could use for this to create that same transition effect. This one ain't it though, I think. But no, not that sound. It played earlier a stringy sap and then later a synth bass note. They played C sharp while it should be D to be in scale. I didn't notice it. But hey, sometimes being out of the scale can be cool. I'll just say that. Doesn't always have to be in scale. Sometimes you don't even need necessarily to think of a scale, especially with like these kind of tracks. It's very common as well to take like, let's say, a chord step of a minor chord and just pitch it around. You're gonna get notes that are outside of the scale. But a lot of times that can also be a sound, you know? It's not like it really stood out to me, because then I would have noticed it, you know? So in that case, I wouldn't say it's a problem. Actually, also in like atmospheric jungle and drum and bass stuff, it's also pretty common to just take like a minor ninth chord and just pitch that chord around. Just literally sample the chord with like a synth and just sample it and put it in a sampler and just pitch it around. Like go to like a different note. And usually when you do that, you'll actually get quite often a ton of notes that are outside of the scale, but it can still sound really cool. And it gives a sort of like a particular vibe. It gives it that more sampled kind of vibe. Because back in the day, you know, people would literally do that. They would just take like a synth pad that sometimes was playing a chord and put it in a sampler and just pitch it around. And they had no way to change the individual notes of the chords, right? So you would end up with a progression that would literally just consist of minor chords. And even though some of those notes are maybe not in the scale, it still sounded perfectly fine and cool and interesting. I can definitely hear the UK roots. Yeah, I can hear that. I don't mind the bass, the how saturated it is. You could probably still get away with it having less saturation, and it would just feel a bit deeper. But I think this is fine too. Kind of more like a stylistic preference, I guess, like a stylistic choice. You know, if this kind of way, it might feel a little bit heavier. If you go with a bit less saturated bass, it would feel a bit deeper. I mean, both can work, really. Kind of more like, I guess, something you would want to try out and see what feels better. But both are fine, I guess. It's more like, yeah, whatever works best. Still something you could try though, for sure. But like sometimes a track might just sound slightly more interesting when it's a bit deeper. Otherwise, it might sound a bit more interesting when the bass is a bit more saturated. I wouldn't say that either of the one is wrong, you know, or is bad. I don't think there's necessarily an obvious choice here. Like both can work. I did enjoy this though. Like I actually enjoyed this quite a bit. Just that one sound that really put me off is the thing in front of the drop there, and it happens I think 3 times more in the track or something like that. And it's just like that one little thing is just the only thing I would really change. I like the overall groove and like the, you know, the drums and all that. It sounds pretty cool, and I actually like what you're doing with the bass. It's like there's quite a bit of interesting stuff happening in the bass. Like you can see it here as well. Those little like pitch movements keeps it interesting. Like you could have just taken like a single sustained sort of like bass hit every note here, but no, you're actually doing some cool things there. It has a bit of like interesting movement, so it already makes it more interesting. So good job. Next up, DMD with a track called Vaporized. Is this going to vaporize me? I hope not. Let's see what we got here. I guess that fits. I'll vaporize myself. Better than smoking a pack of six, though. So. Definitely gave me a bit of like old school neuro kind of vibes. Maybe still like could use a little variation here and there to just keep it interesting. Like I'm not talking about the difference between the first and second drop, but just like during the every section, you know, just a couple of things to really kind of break it up a little bit and keep it more interesting. But it's already getting there pretty close, I would say. But really definitely did give me a bit of like an old school neuro kind of vibe. Like nowadays, a lot of neuro is like, well, I mean, I would say a lot of it also starts sounding very same-ish because everyone is just trying to make the heaviest bass sounds ever. Kind of the similar thing as what happens in dubstep a lot nowadays, which I guess some people like, but not always. I don't always enjoy that. Nice always to hear a bit more of like a nostalgic kind of feel. But yeah, I did enjoy it quite a bit. I'm trying to think what I would improve here. I mean, there's a little bit of stuff you could probably do to clean up the stereo a little bit. I saw that there's a couple of moments where there's quite a bit of low end in the sides. You could probably do some mid-side EQ to fix that. Get rid of some of the lows in the sides and then, you know, make those more mono, but it's not always a problem. Like, it kind of depends on does it work in mono or not. I think I'm going to change a couple of things in the B part of the first drop after improving the A part of the second one. Yeah, I think that just a couple of subtle like variations here and there to just keep it interesting. And that can happen in the bass, it can happen in the drums. You can do like little transition edits here and there to kind of, you know, keep it interesting. There's so many different things you can do. Add like a little vocal element or something that comes in during the second half of the drop or something like that. So many different things you could do, but definitely want something to keep it a little bit more interesting, especially because it's, again, you know, a relatively long track, right? It's like 6 minutes, so the longer the track, the more, you know, stuff you need to have to keep it interesting, right? It's like, and again, like, it doesn't have to be super crazy differences, right? It can literally just be a slight change in a rhythm somewhere, or maybe in like the first drop or like the first half of the drop, the bass is just playing single notes, and then the second half you just repeat a note a couple of times, you know, instead of just letting it play as one note. Stuff like that, you know. It can be a very subtle change, but just something that changes a little bit to keep it interesting. But I definitely enjoyed it quite a bit. I like the sound. Maybe the drums are the kick is a bit heavy in the intro. It feels like it's just the same kick that is in the drop as well, and, you know, usually when, like I always say, when there's no bass playing, then the drums can be a lot lighter. Like, the reason drums are really saturated in a drop is usually because they need to punch through a heavy bass, right? And because the bass is occupying a lot of the volume and the frequency range, you need the drums to be quite saturated to be heard still. Obviously you can do sidechain, but even then, you know, like, it needs to complement the heaviness of the bass, so you need the drums to be more saturated, otherwise they just wouldn't fit well. But then when there's like a section with no bass, to still have like really saturated drums, usually I would go for like something lighter in those sections and use maybe a different kick or a version of the kick that is less saturated, so that it's not as heavy right off the bat. Because you'll hear the saturation on the kick a lot more as well, right? Also in this section, like for instance this kick right here, now we're talking about it, another thing you could also do is like low pass the kick a bit so that it doesn't have the high end sort of like clicky part of it, because it's not really needed, right? There's no sort of like heavy bass line to punch through. So, and that's what a very pronounced click in a kick would help with, right? It would help with punching through a bass. So you could like have a low pass on it and have like a very low passed version of the kick, and maybe even automate it in with like a volume automation or something. So it starts very quiet and then comes in. You could even push it into the back of the mix, right? Make it low pass, pushed into the back of the mix with like some reverb, and then slowly automate that reverb so it gets drier and drier as it gets closer to the drop, which will also help to build some tension. So that can be pretty fun things to do, sound design wise, to kind of make something like this more interesting. And maybe the high end of the drums as well. Like you can also do some filter movement on that, especially in this intro section, because right now it's still it's the same the entire way through, right? And adding like some movement with automation on it would be pretty nice. And all of those things will help to, keep it interesting, right? It's not necessarily variation in the sense of like, oh, we're adding different sounds to make variation, but you can also use automation to add variation to different sections, right? You can have certain sections be more low pass, certain sections have filter movement, while other sections have the filter bypassed, stuff like that. And all of those things contribute to keeping things interesting. So it's not just like, oh, you need more edits, or you need more like like sections where you add a different drum break or something. No, it can also be with the use of like different effects and making them come in and fade out, or using filters to make one section sort of like feel different than the other section. Still, nice one though. Enjoyed it. Next up, we've got Krala with an optical vibe. Well, I like myself some optical, so let's see how well you did. I assume this is gonna go into a bit of an old school drum and bass kind of vibe as well, then, like older neuro kind of stuff. Which, hey, I enjoy a lot. It's the type of drum and bass I grew up with, so let's hope it does. Little dubby synth. I think we can push this one a little louder, just to bring it in line with the rest of the tracks. Like, I know that, old school drum and bass usually tend to be, things have gotten louder over time, but maybe we'll just give it a little push. Not too much, because we don't want to squash the life out of it, but just make it just itch the clipper here.
What are digital computers?
Yeah, Panda. I was gonna say, like, the Reese, definitely nailing that sound. So far, so good. Like, I'm not feeling like it's not too repetitive.
What are digital computers?
Reese is definitely on point. Yeah, this would probably be a moment where you would want to have some variation, but you said it's the same as the first drop. Feels like there could be something here. Like, I don't want to push it because then we're pushing the snare, but feels like there's a little gap here that could be occupied by something. Like maybe some synth element or something. Like maybe something in like the high end or the high mids, you know, like an old school synth step sound or something. Could be cool. Well, what did they call those sounds again? Was it mentasm? Like those old school detuned saw synth step sounds, usually with quite a bit of filter movement on it. Or just some kind of old school synth kind of thingy in the high end or the high mids to just add a little bit of variety. Could already be enough actually for the second drop, now I think of it. Just having like an additional element coming in. Because the bass line is cool. There's like some sick like old school like completely filtered and mangled Hoover sound, you know. Yeah, like old school rave sound, stuff like that. Think that direction. That would probably work pretty well. Which, you know, you've got the rave steps, but there's so many different types of like old school rave sounds. Doesn't have to be like your typical rave step. Even though those are cool too, don't get me wrong, but I think the bass definitely is in the right position though. Like it immediately gave me that same sort of like feeling as I would get from like old Virus records. Yeah. The type of drum and bass I definitely listened to a lot when I was younger. When I was first getting into drum and bass, dude, I had so many Ed Rush and Optical, TB, You know, I had so many of their tracks on my old iPod. Listened to so many of those tunes. Like, I would say it definitely also has, like, the production quality of that older kind of drum and bass, so you could try and make it a little more polished and, like, a little bit more modern in, like, the production, you know, like, quality, if that makes sense. You don't want to overdo that, though, because, you know, you want to keep that old school kind of sound, but, you know, especially when you listen to like old school drum and bass and then drum and bass from nowadays, there's such a stark difference in like the production quality. And you could probably polish that a little bit to kind of bring it a little bit closer to what you would hear nowadays, but you don't want to, like I said, don't want to overdo it, because then you'll probably lose the old school sound completely. But hey, I definitely enjoyed this one. Nice tune. I definitely also think there's a good market still for this kind of drum and bass tracks. Like, everything has become so polished now, right? And so the production level in, like, not just drum and bass, but like bass music in general has become so high that there's quite a lot of people actually seeking out the more nostalgic sound again, which is good. So there's definitely a good like market for this kind of music still. Might not necessarily be what labels are looking for, though. Like, let's be honest. But people will seek it out, right? If somebody wants that old school nostalgic sound, they will seek out stuff like that, regardless of whether or not a label wants to release it or not. Like, just release it yourself, and there will probably be people interested. Listen to Quadrant, accurate, perfect balance of old school with modern mix. I don't know that tune, actually. Yeah, dude, do it. Do it. I would love to hear it, actually. Because, like I said, I listened to so many of these tracks. Like, back in the day when I was just getting into, like, skateboarding and shit, I would literally listen to, like, a ton of like Ed Rush and optical mixes, and like I would just pop like a bunch of mixes in a playlist on my iPod and just like go skate, you know? Remove the clipper for the next one. Good call. Good call. We almost destroyed our ears. Wait. I think I put the clipper on. Oh no, it's fine. I put the clipper on the track itself, not on the master. So it would have been fine anyway. Normally I put it on the master track, but this time I didn't. It's a shame I don't have my old iPod anymore. Like, I had one of those iPod Classics, you know, the big ones, and I think it was a 120 gigabyte version, and it was absolutely loaded with old school drum and bass and like all kinds of drum and bass from that era. But it broke at some point. It just stopped reading the tracks. It just didn't work anymore. And it's actually a shitty story as well, because I was always really, really, you know, careful with my iPod. Sure, I had it in my pocket during skateboarding, but I would have like a sleeve around it to make sure it didn't get busted up and shit. And I knew 100%, and I didn't really bill a lot with skateboarding, to be honest. So was kind of fine. And if I billed, it was usually just on flat ground, you know, just trying out some weird fucking shit. So, and then one day it just stopped working, and I went to like the electronics store to have it repaired, you know, the place where I bought it, and they were like, "Yo, we're not gonna repair it," blah blah blah. Well, actually, they didn't reply at first. They just kept it for whatever reason. Well, I think I know why, because it was almost out of warranty. So I was literally just, I think, like a month before the warranty expired, and they took their sweet old time with giving me a reply on like the notification of like what they were gonna do, and by the time they replied, they gave me like a call. The warranty had expired, and they were like, "Yeah, so we found some fall damage, and we're not going to repair it because it's out of warranty." And I was like, "Bitch, I gave it to you before the warranty was expired. What the fuck is this?" And then they even wanted to charge me to give it back to me, and I said like, "Yo, that's my property. You're gonna give it back. I'm not going to charge for you doing absolutely fucking nothing." Like, you've literally just opened it up and checked the inside. That's what you did. Like, come on, I'm not gonna charge you for that. They were actually trying to charge me like, I think like almost the same as what it would have cost if they would have actually repaired it. And then eventually I just said, okay, you know what? Fuck it. You can keep it. Because they kept insisting that I had to pay, and I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna pay shit. Like, if you're not repairing it, I'm not paying shit. And then eventually, you know, they just kept it. I never got it back. And so that's where I lost my collection of old drum and bass and all my music that I had. And I had to build it up again. I was... I mean, I was a little late with, like, drum and bass raves. But that's more because everyone around me listened to gabber music, you know? And that was kind of the raves that all my friends would go to. They would go to, like, hardcore parties, basically. And that was really not my thing. But sometimes I would go, you know, because all my friends went there. And then I started skating, and I got really heavily into hip-hop. And started making hip-hop beats and hanging out with rappers. And of course, the occasional emo kid that was hanging around at the skate park and just, you know, that was always there, sitting in a corner. Would sometimes go to like a little band event or something with like some local unknown bands that would play, usually friends of them and shit, you know. And then one day I went to one of those, yeah, that's how I remember. One day I went to those, like, basically one of those bands that were performing, and it was basically just a venue where they could practice as well. And, well, lo and behold, that same night they were having a drum and bass party at that same venue. And I sticked around, and fuck, I forgot who was performing that night. Must be around like 2010, something like that, I think. 2011 maybe. And I forgot who was performing. But it were like some of the old school drum and bass names. Might have been Black Sun Empire, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they were already... I mean, they probably were back then. Could have actually been at Rush or Optical. Like, I've definitely seen them live a couple of times. So, but whatever. It was a night with like a bunch of drum and bass, and I stuck around, and I had the time of my life. And since then, I just went to that place and went to drum and bass parties. And then through that, I got into graffiti, and, you know, that's how I, you know, found a whole new group of people to hang out with that absolutely love drum and bass music. So from that moment on, it was just drum and bass. And then I started, you know, seeing all the different drum and bass acts live, ranging from like Spore, Black Sun Empire, all the big names, you know, because they would just have like a party every. I think they did it every month, every first Friday of the month or something like that. They would have a party, and they would just bring in like a bunch of different DJs. Nice little venue too, you know, small place, sweaty as hell. Just a couple of hundred people. Like, those are the best parties. Like, especially nowadays, you have all these massive parties, right? Where there's like, you cannot even get close to the DJ anymore. Back then, you would literally be able to stand on stage where the DJ was. You would literally be able to hop on the stage, and nobody gave a shit. The amount of times that I saw a DJ just asking for a piece of rolling paper or something to the crowd. It was the funniest little moments. But that back in those days as well, the DJs would there was no backstage area and shit like that. The DJs would literally just be hanging out in the crowd until it was their turn, like, or they would show up right before they had to start, you know. But a lot of the time, they, at least a bunch of them, would be hanging out in the venue and just be there in the crowd. And then one moment they just had it's their turn and they have to go on stage, and it was the best parties, man. Love it. Cheap beers, you know, back when the beers were still like €1. This was the best. Just get absolutely shit faced on like, you know, €10. And good music, of course. Like, sound system in that place was amazing. Like, they had such a good sound system. And especially back then, you still had like some DJs playing vinyl, and other ones would play with CDs, and then some would have. I think then at one point they went into like the whole like MP3 thing, but or at least like the USB stick thing. But I've still been in that same era, in that era, that I went to some parties where some of them were still playing with CDs on like the actual old CDJs. And then some would play like an all vinyl set, and it would be a whole thing. Now, sound system was pretty loud though, and honestly, back then, hearing protection wasn't a thing, so it was definitely, it were the days where you would come home and just hear like a beep for the rest of the fucking weekend. And then of course there were like the illegal raves as well. We had like this overpass that was like near. It was actually it might actually still be there now I think of it. This overpass of like there's this stretch of highway near Rotterdam that it might actually be in use now, but it wasn't in use. It was like this stretch of highway that they constructed, but that had never really been finished. But they had made like a bunch of overpasses, and then there was one overpass that was like basically in between Rotterdam and the nearby village outside of Rotterdam, and in between there, basically in the middle of like just some like, I wouldn't even necessarily call it nature, more like farm nature kind of land, you know. There was this overpass, and there would be like illegal raves underneath that overpass. And I've been there so many times. Would literally just be like, you know, not any well-known DJs or something, just like some, basically the local youth. Just, they would literally just drop a bunch of cars there, and then in one of the cars they would have a sound system. They would put that sound system outside on like some fucking folding tables, and another car would have like a bunch of cool boxes with like beers in it. And you would be able to buy beers from them. And the sound system would literally just run on like a battery, an extra battery that they had mounted in the car, you know. But it was amazing. It would literally just be like maybe 50 people max or something. But that was sick. Just people spraying graffiti, and then other people just dancing, having fun. And then until the cops came, of course, then everyone would just disperse in all directions. Sometimes I wish we had those days still, you know. Nowadays it's all too commercialized. Those days were the good days. Anyways, next one is a track by Tuck. And there's one more track in the Discord. Let me check. Can I grab that track. Yo, Dear Cloud, I'm not sure if you're still here, but is there a way for me to... Ah, yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. It worked. We'll have one more track after that. D&B is not really mixed on anymore in vinyl now, no. Depends. Most not. But if you go to like some jungle parties, then there's definitely still a lot of people using vinyl. Especially because they will also be playing a lot of old jungle records, and a lot of those are on vinyl. But there's even within the jungle, sort of like jungle drum bass scene, there's still a lot of people actually releasing tracks on vinyl. It's also a lot more of like a DIY culture, right? Where people press the vinyls themselves, or they have them pressed themselves. It's not necessarily all like label stuff like in a lot of drum and bass. You know, a lot of drum and bass, it's all going through labels or digital releases. And while that is also a thing in jungle, there's also still a lot of like people using vinyl. And yeah, that's pretty cool. I actually like it. Cool. This one is by Tuck, and it's called Electro Glitch, 120 beats per minute. Let's do 120. Let's see what we got. A bit much there. Those, I mean, they're gone now, but those high-end sounds that were happening. Yeah, these ones here. Those are like very digital, kind of high-end sounds. They're a bit much. But they're gone now again, so we're good. Definitely not something I would normally listen to. Mid-side is a mess, I suppose. I wasn't actually paying attention to that. Not that big of a mess, honestly. I was more looking at the low end. It seems like there's it's either, I'm not sure what is causing it, but it seems at points it feels like the bass is playing two notes at once that are sort of like just right beside each other. It could be that the kick has a long decay and is just bleeding into the bass, and that's what is causing it. Or maybe it is that the bass has like a release or something, and when it goes to a different note, you can kind of see it here. When it goes to a different note, you get this sort of like weird warbly kind of thing in the bass. Maybe that's the case, that the release of this note is bleeding into this one. Or maybe it is actually the kick, and the kick just has a long decay to it, and that is sort of like layering with the bass notes. And because like if you have a long kick, right? If you have a long kick with a long decay, then that has a note. And if the bass is playing a different note, then those two are going to sort of like, they're going to oscillate with each other, right? Because they're not the same note, most likely. So they're going to be oscillating against one another. And you can kind of see that during the track, that a lot of times in the bass, there's this sort of like here it's not even that big of a deal, but here, for instance, you have this moment where it almost you can kind of see that there's two notes happening at once in the bass. Let me bring up the toolbar. See, so right here, see how you kind of have two notes at once? If we look at the bottom left, there's like this bottom note, and then there's one sitting above it. So could be that the kick has a bit of a long decay, but yeah, I'm not sure what it is. And it's happening in a lot of places throughout. So I would feel like there's definitely some cleaning up you could do there to kind of fix that. It's not as apparent here, but that might also be because of a lack in volume. If we push the volume, you might be able to see it better here. And then, yeah, those high-end, that really digital high-end cymbal sound kind of ish, is a bit much. This thing here, that stuff up here, it's kind of like a very digital, almost like drum machine cymbal kind of thing. I'm not the biggest fan of that. Kind of feels a bit harsh and out of place to me. And then in the ARP, for instance, the ARP here, the notes feel kind of random. Like, it feels like a bit of a random sort of like melody pattern with like the ARP. I mean, with that, I would just go for like trying out different melody ideas with that and seeing if you like, especially with like melodies, you kind of want something to you know, be like memorable in a way, or like catchy or something like that. But and usually you can literally find like a very short motif that works and just repeat that, you know. Now it feels more like it's a bit of like a random choice of notes, and there might be a bit too many as well. There's too much happening there. Like, find yourself a really short motif that works, that sounds cool, and just repeat that. See, this entire section, it's basically one little loop. And throughout that entire piece, it almost feels like there's not a single moment when it loops, when it sort of like plays the same pattern again. It's just this whole section is one pattern, if you get what I mean. And you could probably get away with having a loop of an ARP that is just like one bar or even half a bar and just repeat that. And if that little piece is memorable, it will most of the time sound better than what this is doing. I guess it loops here. Like that is the second loop of it, but it feels a bit like a random collection of notes. I guess the entire drums are very digital drum machine kind of vibe here, but in that sense, maybe the cymbal thing kind of matches the rest of the drums in that pattern, in that section, but I'm not a big fan of them. I don't think I have too much else to say. There's like a bunch of stuff I would definitely change, but we already talked about that. I don't think though the mid side is necessarily a mess. Like I'm not seeing a lot of like crazy things in the sides that I would take out or stuff like that. Do that. Let's see. Whose track was the last one? Evergreen Deer. It's 1:30 a.m. So good that this is the last one. Yeah, still the last one. Okay, good. Then this is actually the last one of the stream. A deer. I hope it's not a deer in the headlights though. Let's see what we got. It's gonna be drum and bass again, I think, because of the tempo, but could be half time. You never know. Let's see. Oh no, it's fine. Like the key stuff is not that important, but sometimes, like for instance with whose track was it? Was it? I think it was Decode's track, where I tried out that different bassline thing. Like then it you know can be helpful because I don't have to like guess or like try out and see which key it is, but it's not that important. Like I'm working on a tune right now that I've been working on off stream, and I'm not even sure what key it is in. Like it feels like it could be B minor, but then there's a section in the chord progression that does not fit that at all, and it kind of feels like it goes to a different scale. So like sometimes a track doesn't necessarily even have one key. So it's not the most important thing, you know? Yeah, true, I agree. I'm sorry, we just get it.
$25ドネーテッド25ユーロ。Thanks man for the feedback.
You're welcome, man. Thanks for the donation. 25 donated 25 euros. Hey, thanks a lot. That's a good donation. That's a big one. Thanks. No need to do that, but I always appreciate it for sure. Nice donation sound. Yeah. Reese was fully synthesized, but this second drop bass was a modified preset. Hey, listen. Using presets is completely fine. Like, it matters what you do with it, you know? Like, not everyone is like a sound design beast, you know, that just knows their way around like making sounds from scratch. And there's actually a lot of great music that's being released that uses presets, you know? There's nothing wrong with that. Same with like, you know, same with using loops, for instance. Like there is a difference though, because like you can use a loop and you can use a loop, if you get what I mean. Like you can take a melody loop from a sample pack and just call it a day, or you can take that loop and chop it up, pitch it around, do something cool with it, and those are still two different ways of using it, right? One is a lot more interesting than the other, but there are people that would, you know, be like, oh, you used to loop, you know, but I'm like, you know, it doesn't really matter if you did something interesting with it and you made it your own, or, you know, you turned it into something cool, then that's fine. And same I have with presets, you know, like if you use a preset, that's completely fine. It just depends on what you do with it. And if you make something nice with it, then who the fuck cares? Like, the average listener is not going to care whether or not you used a preset or not. They're not going to care if you made your snare drum from scratch or if you used the snare from a sample pack. You know, maybe some producer that, you know, like has all of the sample packs and preset packs out there might recognize it, but, you know, if that one person does, then who the fuck cares? But still, I probably should say, like, let's say you have a preset that is like a sequence. Like, for instance, now with Serum 2, right? With Serum 2, you have like this ability to basically make an entire section of a track inside of Serum if you want it. And there's like a preset that has like a sequence with like a melody and a bass line in it and stuff like that. And you just use that as is. Yeah, okay, maybe then I would say like, it's a bit unoriginal, right? Especially if, you know, it's a preset or loop that has been used a lot in like other tracks already, and, you know, you'll hear it in like your track and then you hear another track and it's like, oh, that's the same pattern, that's the same melody, or that's the, you know, then it becomes a bit like, oh, okay, probably would have wanted you to do something different with it. But if it's just like a bass preset or something, or like a synth preset, like, there's 100 different ways to use that preset. You know, there's thousands of different melodies you could play with that preset. So I wouldn't really stress too much about that. During this section where the brass comes in, because the brass comes in on top of everything else, there's a bit much happening here, and you would probably want to have that a little bit quieter. So probably want to get rid of some of this frequency area in the brass so that it doesn't get too loud there. Yeah, I actually really enjoyed it. Pretty nice tune. There's one thing I wanted to point out though that I saw early on in the track. Where was it? Probably here. Yeah. So right here you have that sort of like subby down sweep thing. Right? That sound, it almost only occupies the sides of the stereo field. So, not the biggest deal, but be aware that when that track is played in mono, that sound is probably disappearing. You probably won't hear it anymore, or very faintly. We can check it. It's basically almost gone. And why is that? Is because there's too much difference between the left and right channel. So you can see it as well if we look at here at the bottom. So where my mouse is, the top part is the mid channel and the bottom part is the side information. So everything that sits on the sides in the stereo field. And you can see that subby downsweep is sitting basically almost only in the sides. There's nothing in the mids, or very little at least. See? So orange, the orange color is the low end, and the white, that's more like the higher frequencies. So you can see here in this section that the orange sits more in the top graph. But then in the bottom, it's mostly just white, which is like the mids and the highs. But then as soon as that sub sweep comes in, it just all moves to the sides. See? So when it's played in mono, which in like a club for instance, or in like a live setup, that would most of the time be the case, that sound is just completely gone. And you won't even hear it anymore. So the easiest way to fix it for this kind of sound is to just take, like, if you have that sound, yeah, it's basically just phase cancellation, right? It's just the left and right channel are out of phase with one another. So when on the left channel the wave cycle goes up, on the right channel the cycle of the wave goes down, and they completely opposite from one another. So when it's summed to mono, it just becomes silent. The easiest way to fix that would, like in Ableton, I'm not sure what DAW you use, but any DAW should be able to do this. You'll just grab a utility device, and then instead of playing the whole stereo file, you just pick either the left side or the right side, and it will just play the left or right channel. And it will just move that to the other channel as well, so it just becomes a mono sound. Like if you take like a plugin and you make it mono, you would still get the same problem, that the sound disappears. So you have to make sure that you pick either the left side or the right side, and then just make sure that plays in both ears, basically. And that way it's fixed, because that sound doesn't need stereo width, you know, it's just a sub sound that sweeps down, and there's no need for that sound to have width. It will just lead to issues, and you just want it to be there to emphasize that transition. So just do something like that. If left and right share almost same sound but with small time difference, it's risky, yes. I mean, a very small time difference is not necessarily a problem. That's not necessarily a problem. Like, you can actually have, like, this is an interesting topic, actually. But I actually do like it when tracks have a bit of width in the low end. But you have to be really careful with it. And there can be a slight difference between the left and right channel, so that there is a little bit of width in the low end. Like, for instance, on drums, like if I make kick drums, and depending on the kick drum, of course, like if I make a very digital synthesized kick, it will probably be completely mono. But if I make a kick that is a bit more dirty, you know, like I might have some examples. Usually it's the ones where I'll use convolution reverb to make it sound dirtier. Like that one, for instance. Like, it's a really dirty kick. right? But if we look at the stereo field, you can see it here in the bottom section of millimeters. You can see the stereo metered, and then here you can see the mid and side channel. You can actually see that, let's not warp it. You can actually see that there is quite a bit of width in it. If we see here, it's not in the center, like the orange stuff is all moving sidewards. It's actually, there is a good amount of width, but there is a lot more mids than there is width, if that makes sense. Like there is, we can see in the waveform that they aren't out of phase, right? They're very similar. Like there is a little bit of a difference. Like for instance, if we look at these peaks here, you can see that this peak at the bottom is all the way maxed out, and here it's a little bit below, sort of like 0, right? So there is a difference in these peaks. So it's not exactly the same. Same as with this curve here. See, there's a little extra wiggle in one of the channels, and here there's not. So there is slight subtle differences, but because they're so subtle, it will still sound good in mono. Like if we put a utility on here and we just make it mono, it still sounds relatively the same. We lose a little bit of the width, but because it's subtle, you can get away with it. And the same goes for like a subtle time difference. Like if let's say the left and right channel are slightly different timing, and one comes in just after the other, so that the kick is maybe not the best example to show this on. Let me just make an 808 real quick. So we'll just have an 808 real quick. Let's just make it 1 bar. We'll just make it an F note. And let's just make it decay. Maybe we'll give it a little bit of harmonics so we can hear it better. Give it maybe a not spread. Let's give it a little pitch drop as well, so that sounds more like an 808. Okay. There we go. A little louder for you guys. Cool. So if we grab the align delay, which allows me to delay based on samples even, so very subtle sort of like differences. Pitch envelope might be a bit much for that. Let's just drop that to 50%, so it's a bit more of a subtle pitch drop. Like if I delay this ever so slightly, so we're not even 1 millisecond, we actually get width. See, we get a ton of width now in the low end. But if we record this, like we can see that the left channel comes in slightly earlier than the right channel, but because these are still overlapping enough, like it's very subtle, if we sum this to mono, it will still work. So if we drop utility on here and we sum it to mono, see, it still works. It still sounds good. The only thing is that it will get ever so slightly quieter than what it sounds like in stereo. But because there's still a very minor difference between the left and right channel, it's not too big, and there's still a good amount of overlap between these cycles, it works. The further we move this, so the further we increase this time, the more quieter it gets in mono. And there will be a point where it just cancels. Let's move to time, so we get a little bit more of a bigger range. See, now we're getting into the point where it starts phase cancelling. So if I now record this without the utility, Let me also turn off the count in. Like that's really wide. But then when we start looking at the waveform, see, we're almost opposite phase now. And then things will basically cancel out. It will just start disappearing in mono. We're actually not there yet. But we're really close, so... Still increase this more. But this is already too much. Like... See, now we're basically opposite phase. So when one section goes up, the other one goes down. And now if this plays in mono, it will be almost nothing. Like, you would almost not hear it at all. Like, we still hear something, obviously, because it's not perfectly out of phase. Like, this one is now a little later than this one, but... when you get these perfectly out of phase, it'll just sound like nothing. And the easiest way to demonstrate that, to make it perfectly out of phase, is just by flipping the polarity of the left or right channel. So if we now record this, now they're perfectly out of phase. So see, now they're exactly opposite from one another. And the moment we turn that to mono, we just get silence. See, so as soon as they're perfectly out of phase, it just becomes silence. You just don't hear anything at all, because the waveform on the left side or the waveform on the right side is canceling out whatever is happening on the left side, and it just ends up averaging back to zero and just nothing, basically. But you can actually do width in the low end as long as it's very subtle, you know? And it is a very tricky thing to do, though, because yeah, the more difference there is between the left and right channel, the more volume you'll lose in mono. But it also depends what sound it is on, you know? Like drums I would say drums and bass, it's going to be the toughest to do, because you know, you don't want your drums to sound different in mono. Like right here, the reverb that I use in here, which is a convolution reverb that I use to make this kick, it really makes the sound of the drum. It's why the drum the kick sounds this dirty. It's because of the convolution stuff that I did on it. So if I would have kept all the width in there, it would have sounded absolutely shit in mono. Like, it would have sounded completely different in mono, and you wouldn't have that same character as soon as the drum is played in mono. But because I took out almost all of the width and I just left a little bit in, so there's a very small, tiny difference between the left and right channel, it sounds dirty and wide, but then in mono, it still sounds almost the same, right? So that is something you can do, but like I said, you have to be careful with it. And the easiest thing to do is just not do that and just keep it very mono. But like this, for instance, would be fine. See, that still sounds almost the same. And so you can actually have a little bit of width in the low end, but yeah, not important. And I also think that stuff like that, like it's not important for the track, you know? Like the track itself and how the track was written, and like the melodies and maybe the sound design, these kind of things are most important, and the low end doesn't need to be stereo for that. Like, it can be nice to add a little subtle detail, like for instance with a kick like that, having like that little bit of width in the low end can be a nice detail, but without it, it sounds completely fine, right? So it's not something that you need. But yeah, that sound you had there, it's like, it's so opposite phase of one another that when it's played in mono, that sound is just not gonna come through anymore. And there's countless examples of DJs, you know, like DJs that make their own tracks and that play their track out live. And let's say the kick drum sounded cool to their ears on headphones in the studio or on speakers in the studio because they were listening to their track in stereo, and then they play it in like a club and the kick is completely out of phase because it's a really wide kick, and they just messed around with stereo stuff and it just ended up being out of phase, and they play the track live and there's literally no kick. There's plenty of examples of people that had that happen to them. Now, with this sound that you had in your track, it's not the biggest deal because it's not like it's not the main sound of your drums, for instance, or like the bass, or like the kick drum or the snare drum that is phase canceling itself. So it would be fine, but you know, it's nice if that transition element would still be there. If played in mono, right? Like, you can hear it still. It's not completely out of phase. You can still hear it. We might even be able to see... Oh, here. We can actually see it in the waveform. See? You have that same thing going on, where it goes up here and it goes down here. So it's kind of doing the same thing. But there's still a subtle difference between it. It's not exactly out of phase, but it's very close to it. But other than that, I actually enjoyed the tune, so good job. Just a very tiny little thing that I did wanted to point out because, you know, it's an easy fix. It's an easy thing to fix. Cool. That brings us to the end of the stream. It's almost 2 a.m., so I'm gonna call it a night. Thanks for being here. I'll be back again next week with some production, probably. We'll see. We'll see what I'll do. I'm gonna have to pick a tune. I think I'll go with this one. I actually really enjoyed this tune today. And even though there was a little thing with the mix that I would change, so let me put that back. It's kind of what we were doing already here. I think we were doing something like this. To fix that was about 1 dB and a half. Something like this, if I remember correctly. But that was a nice tune and a nice stream. And thanks for all the submissions. We actually had some good tunes today. We've had streams with way worse submissions. Today we actually had a good amount of nice tunes, so enjoyed it a lot, and also a really big variety of genres, so always nice to hear that. So thanks. I'll sign off for now, and I will see you all next week. Thanks for watching, and have a good night and good weekend, actually. See you all in the next one. Peace.
Something speaking through me and I can't fight it. I don't think I even wanna fight it. I know exactly who
Silence is loud. Take one step back, never to be found. I've got one more secret to tell you. Something on my mind is breaking. I don't want love, it makes me feel hollow. I don't wanna be alone, it only brings sorrow. When you wanna get away, so you drink through your problems. You know it's only hate, cause the body is a broken. But she don't wanna hear it. You think I'm gonna take your shit no more, but I got places to be. I got places to be. You can't even try to save me if you want it. There's something about my soul that's haunted.